Wow. Good evening, good day, good evening. Here I go. Good day. Nice to see all of you here. It's a crowded place. I'm saying hello to the Delfi TV viewers as well. I know why you're here. Not to see me, nobody knows who I am. But you are very interested in knowing how video game characters come to life, right? So, everybody here, I think, knows what's going to happen. We're going to talk to the man himself, the guy who's behind the Atreus character in the God of War. And please give a big round of applause for Sunny Suljic. Nice. Please sit here. How are you enjoying Lithuania?
Oh, I love it. I got to explore a little bit, and I'm having a great time here. I'm honestly surprised this many people came to my panel, so thank you guys. And hello.
Yeah, give applause. Yeah. We're going to talk to Sunny a bit. I have questions, things that we want to talk about. And as well, if anybody, and I assume a lot of you have questions, this is a microphone over here. If you have a question, please stand near it. I'll see it and I'll give the word to you. And you can ask questions to Sunny directly. So, yeah, you said you explored Lithuania. So how you are enjoying Lithuania?
My sister and I went to like some churches.
Okay.
And we wanted to go to this museum. I think it's the Museum of Illusions or something. So hopefully I can find some time to explore a little bit more. But I'm loving it. And everyone here is awesome. So, yeah.
Okay, that's very good. And how did you enjoy Comic-Con so far?
Oh, it's cool. I mean, everyone that came to the panel and the booth are super cool. I think all the cosplay costumes are sick. Yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Okay. Have you ever tried cosplay yourself?
No, I haven't. But honestly, I'm feeling inspired to now after seeing everyone.
Yeah, me too. I'm wearing a suit and I feel like an old guy here because everybody's dressed and prepared, and I feel I'm underdressed. Okay, let's talk about the God of War and your character, right? Atreus, it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I really want to get my pronunciations correct.
Atreus.
Yeah, Atreus. Thank you. Yeah, Atreus. So, can you tell me how you became Atreus? Was there an audition? Was there anything? How did you become this character?
Well, for the audition process, they're very encrypted on revealing the project that they're working on. So I actually just recently moved to LA at the time when I was auditioning. I moved to LA for acting. And yeah, I had no idea that I was auditioning for God of War. And then I guess they liked me enough, so they called me back for a second audition. And then I think there were 3 to 4 different auditions I had to do. I still had no idea what I was auditioning for.
So how did it look like?
What do you mean?
But because you said you didn't know what it was about and what it was for, what did you think was it for?
I thought it was for a Marvel movie. I thought it was maybe for Spider-Man or something.
Nice. So was it a disappointment or
no, not at all. It was the best surprise I could have gotten. And to be able to work on a project for so long, it's just been an incredible journey. And to have everyone here play the game and enjoy it, I'm just honored. So, but yeah, when I found out, I was shocked because, I think I was around 8 or 9 when I booked it. And I never played God of War before. I didn't know how big the franchise was until it came out. Then I realized how huge the game was.
Yeah.
And,
so it was I think it was a huge honor to be,
Oh yeah, of course.
And can you tell me how the character was, how he was created? How much input do you have when the character is being created from the beginning, if you remember?
Well, so the Cory Barlog, he was the director for the first game. As much as I know, I guess Cory's idea was to kind of make a big change to God of War. So it was kind of a risk having me as a new character in the game. So with that being said, I kind of felt a lot of weight on my shoulders for the first game because I was like, damn, if I mess this up, you know,
Yeah.
it could go downhill pretty fast. But I mean, me looking back now at like my first performance, obviously I was younger, and like you guys know how it is when you watch a video of yourself when you're younger and you cringe. So I couldn't really appreciate my performance in the first one. But yeah.
Yeah, but now going forward, do you have more and more input to the character? You know, the way the scenes, everything. You know, because it's a
yeah, definitely. I mean, honestly, now I feel like I've been a part of the character so much. I almost feel like I am the character in a sense.
You are to us, I think.
Yeah, but. Yeah, I think definitely like when we were on the mocap stage and stuff, like I had more range to kind of have my own input on like how I think the character should be in like certain situations. But honestly, the writers and everyone that worked on the project, the script was already like phenomenal. So I didn't really have to do too much. I was just doing my part and I let everyone else do theirs.
Okay, so. Do you play the game yourself then?
Yeah, I've been playing Ragnarok, but I'm waiting for it to go on PC because I'm more of a PC player.
Okay.
But yeah, I haven't had like the full run through, but it's different because it's like I don't really have the same experience as someone else that's not actually the actor of the game because I already know everything that's gonna happen.
Yes.
So like, I get stuck on the puzzles. I'm not good at it really. So. When I'm playing the puzzles, I'm like, dude, I already know what's gonna happen, and I keep hearing my voice giving me hints, so I'm just like, I get stressed out.
Yeah. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's say when you're an actor and you play in a movie, some parts do get cut out. You know, does that happen in a video game, or everything you everything you create in the studio gets put in the game, or maybe something gets left on the floor?
I think that most of the scenes were in it. Honestly, couldn't tell you what scenes have been cut or deleted. I honestly wouldn't know because it's back and forth. Because for Ragnarok, at least, since my voice dropped while we were filming. They had to have a stand-in for me on like the mocap stage while I was in like the voice recording booth, like re-recording all the lines I already did. So I wouldn't know what deleted scenes there would be.
Okay, so you didn't see any when you play the game, something maybe you should be more? Didn't have that, right?
Yeah, no, not at all. I think it was, in my opinion, I think it was perfect. I think every scene fit in the right spot, so.
I do agree, actually.
No complaints.
Yeah. What do you enjoy the most about the God of War?
I like the father and son chemistry. I think it's cool because I can kind of like, relate to it in my own personal life with like my dad and stuff. So I think a lot of the quotes too. I think it's a very like inspiring story, but at the same time you're still playing like a badass game that's like gets you like tapped in. But yeah, probably. I mean, all aspects of it. But yeah, I do like the father and son chemistry, and also just all the action and everything.
Okay. Are you big or not big on Norse mythology?
Not until I started working on God of War.
So, but do you I don't know, enjoy it right now? I mean, do you read because you had to read up a bit on it? I think, yeah.
Yeah, they gave us a little bit.
Do you do it more often now? Do you find that interesting, or you just do it because it's your job?
I do find it interesting, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't really read about it like on my own time.
Okay. You also did one of the things that I'm interested, at least, as when when you play a character in a video game, you have to do motion movement, motion action,
Yeah.
and also voice recording. Those are two separate actions, or are they recorded and done at the same time?
It's mostly recorded and done at the same time. Most of the time when you are in like the voice recording booth, it's usually because maybe like some of the audio got messed up on the mocap stage. So, yeah, it depends, but sometimes you will do more voice recording, and then the animators will just kind of build out the scene due to time. But yeah, most of the time it's on the mocap stage, which is the best. You get the best performance out of it, because it's like you're there with the other actors, and you get to kind of feel the scene more, even though you're still on a stage with a bunch of nothing.
Yeah, but can you explain to us how it's made technically? Because you have to wear a special suit. Your face gets dotted for CGI and stuff. How it's done technically? I mean.
Well, I think I'm the wrong person to ask for the technicalities.
Yeah, from your perspective.
Well, essentially, it's just, yeah, you have a mocap suit with a bunch of dots, and there's this like big stage of really nothing, but I guess when you step in this volume, there's a bunch of cameras like all over the walls. I think that there's over like 3,000 cameras.
Okay.
And so you have this like helmet with a bunch of dots on it. So I guess it's like a rendering thing to where these dots will translate into some computer or something when you're in this little volume of cameras. I really can't describe it that well.
But you actually described it very well. I mean, the 3,000 cameras, and that, because I thought that, you get it in front of a green screen and that's it. But yeah, it's more sophisticated than that.
Yeah, no, it's, I mean, the process of it is mind-blowing, because they have a bunch of like projectors too. They have like 4 screens around like basically like the large volume. And when you step in this little space, the cameras will pick it up, and you can see yourself like on the screen as the character. So like, let's say Chris Judge or me, like you'd step in the volume and you would see your character kind of playing yourself. So you can put yourself in that like mindset of the character.
Is that distracting a bit? Because when you look at it, I think your character looks, is it distracting, or is it more helpful than distracting?
It's kind of helpful, but you can't really look at it too much, because you're thinking about so much. Because when you're already in the stage, and then they're like, okay, action. You have all these markers, specific spots that you have to stand in. It's very specific to where you stand, because it's 3D rendering. So I guess like wherever you have to stand and everything, you don't really have time to look at your character back and forth. And also I had to mention that on the helmet too, with the dots, you have like a big GoPro that like wraps around your head, so it captures all your like facial expressions and everything. So that's why you have dots all over your face. So. Okay.
Were there any unique challenges, performing in a video game, acting in a video game, compared to TV series or movies, or what's
I feel like the most challenging part is to kind of really put yourself in like the character's state of mind or headspace, because you have to really like dive deep into like your imagination. Because I mean, like I said, the volume isn't really. It's all just markers and everything, places you have to stand. I mean, even for like, there was a deer scene, or even boat scenes, or other scenes in the game, there would be like a table that has markers on it that would be translated as like a deer or something. So you have to kind of visualize a whole, landscape or whatever, in contrast to being on a movie set. If you're working on like a big set or something and you're in war, there's gonna be people in army suits, and you're gonna see explosions and all this other stuff, to where it kind of helps you like be in the moment more. But with the video game, and you're just on the mocap stage, it's it takes a lot more mental training, I guess.
Do you enjoy it more, or?
Oh, I love it. I think it's definitely like it's cool because, well, it's definitely helped me like improve my craft and kind of dive deeper into, you know, visualizing my idea of how the character will respond to stuff. It's almost like when it's different watching a movie based off a book than you actually reading a book, and you can kind of create your own story. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really describe that well, but...
Okay, okay, I think I got it, but one thing, is it different to see yourself in a video game compared to seeing yourself on TV or in a movie stuff? Or it doesn't matter.
Oh,
really?
yeah, no, it's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's insane.
Because you can control the character. I mean, when we're not in the movies, we're not in a clip stage, you know, but when you play the game, the character kind of remains the same. So you can control yourself, or people can control you. So it should be amazing.
Yeah, no, it's unreal. Because it's just like another form of me. It's technically like an AI version of me, but it is my face and my voice. So you never really get used to it. But I think only thing that I think differently is my character isn't as good looking as me in person, though. So.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay. Well, that's fair enough. You talked about the main thing of the game, and I think one of the best attractions are the father-son relationship between Atreus and Kratos. It's kind of central to the game. Mm-hmm. Can you describe your relationship with Christopher Judge, who plays Kratos? And how it helps to develop how your relationship as co-stars, as actors, translated to the game? Does it,
Well, the thing is, I mean, I got the opportunity to grow up with Chris, and he's a big guy, but he's like a friendly giant. You know what I mean? He's very nice, and he's honestly guided me through this experience because he's had a lot more acting experience and everything. So right off the bat, when I first met him, we already had that father-son type of chemistry. And throughout the years, you're already working on the project for so long. So we just built such a great connection. And I don't think I would have been able to act even close to as well as I did in the project if it weren't for Chris. So I give a lot of respect, and I think that he's probably one of the best, co-actors I could have ever worked with. So, yeah.
Did he help you, to develop, gave you tips? Because there's a father-son relationship, you say, Anna.
Yeah.
I'm interested how the father-son relationship, how it translates in a working place. I mean.
Yeah, I mean I remember actually doing a few scenes to where I could almost look at Chris. I'm trying to remember what scene we did exactly, but I think it was the scene in. Okay, this is a spoiler alert if you guys haven't finished it yet. Close your ears. But during one of the Ragnarök scenes, where right before we're about to go to war, we were on the mocap stage, and I was just looking at Chris's face, and I've been working, this is probably us 7+ years working together, and I truly saw him like as my father, and we were just looking at each other like eye to eye, and obviously I started tearing up accordingly to the scene, but it just felt so real and authentic, and I don't think you can really, you can train that, you know what I mean? Like it felt very authentic, and I think if I didn't have that relationship with Chris, none of the acting that's in the game would have been the same. So,
did you have that from the start, or did it develop over the years?
I think the bond obviously gets stronger throughout the years, but I think when I first met him, it was just, it just felt right. I mean, there was an actor, when I first booked the project, I was working with this one actor that was actually playing Kratos.
Yeah.
He was playing Kratos, and I guess I'm not really sure what happened, but they had to recast. So they were holding auditions for the new Kratos, and they would have me read with, the new actors, and they would just ask me who was the best. And as soon as I did the first audition with Chris, I was like, he's the guy. So it was just right there and then I was like, this is the guy. And then
have you ever told him that you're responsible for getting the job?
He knows.
Okay. That's awesome, actually. Maybe you have some other stories of working with Chris, because we were interested all to hear. Maybe you have something you can share with us. Some behind the scenes or something.
I think he definitely farts a lot. So
on set, right now.
On set. Okay. So
like I'm doing right now.
Yeah, exactly. No, but we would be doing a super serious scene, and then he would just let it go. And then I would start laughing, and then they would get mad at me, and they'll be like, all right, keep it together. And then Chris would look at me, and he'll wink at me. I'm like, all right, cool.
Okay, wow. Christopher.
Don't tell him
we're not like we were very close, How difficult it is to play your character? You're a professional actor now. You play the video game character for quite a long time now. 8 years, 7 years. How many?
No, 10. About 10 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
So, how difficult it is actually?
I think. Well, I don't think too many actors have had the ability to actually grow up with the character. Especially with this many years. So I mean, with even the first one, when I was younger, it was kind of more of how I envisioned the character, and then it was kind of just built off that. So I guess throughout the years it got a little bit easier, but I felt like it was just an alternate version of myself that I get to translate through the video game. So I feel like I kind of am I feel like I am the character, and I feel like Atreus is me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
So the process is it's a process.
Yeah.
It's not like it took you 2 years. I got it. I have it, and I'm gonna play it forever. I can play it forever. But it changes as you change.
Yeah,
as
exactly.
I right?
And I also kind of I'll make certain adjustments to the character just depending on how the scene will go or how I think Atreus would.
Can you share something, an example, maybe?
What do you mean?
You say you change things. What do you change? What did you change? Some aspects of your character you said you change.
Okay, so in the first game I was younger and I was more dependent on Chris, and then with the second game it was a transition between me being older and the way that I walk. I feel more, I'm growing into an adult, so I'm kind of, even just the way I would walk, it kind of, it changes the chemistry of how you think sometimes. So in the first game, I'm kind of walking around slouched and stuff, and then the second one, I'm walking around you know what I mean? So
that was your input?
Subtle changes like that, but yeah. I mean, even then, all of the actions and all of the way I say things, the way the relationship between me and Chris have during the second game. So it's just everything in contrast.
So let's say your relationship with Christopher gets better, gets closer.
Yeah.
And that transcends to the game, right? Or wouldn't you say that?
Well, the relationship between me and Chris on the second game obviously does get better too, and but actually in the game our relationship kind of, you know, grows apart.
Yes.
But I think both translate well. So.
Okay. I have another spoiler alert, so please, I don't know, maybe shut your ears, somebody who doesn't want to hear. Also, if you have any questions, anybody who wants to ask questions, please stand, because, yeah, we have a bit time left, so you can stand and ask questions for Sonny. It's one in a lifetime opportunity. And again, later, if you want to take a picture or something, please do not do it on the stage. I was asked to tell you all of you that, and do it off the stage. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, your character becomes Loki. Mm. How big of it? Of course, you saw Tom Hiddleston play.
Yeah.
So, did you watch any Loki's performances, a TV series or the Avengers movies or the Thor movies, to think that he's developed the character pretty well? I should do it the same, or no? I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna do it my own way.
Yeah, I did watch Tom Hiddleston's performance as Loki on Disney Plus, which was phenomenal, really good. So I definitely did take inspiration off of it, from it. But I actually kept telling myself to not take. Take a grain of salt out of his performance, because I still want to make it my own. But I think also, as of right now, in the game at least, I don't feel like Atreus has still formed into Loki just yet. But I think that I definitely did take some inspiration off that, and I kind of would be a little more mischievous, I guess, towards the end of the...
So you have thought about it?
Huh?
So you have thought about it?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, that's. What is your proudest moment in playing Arceus? You mean like a scene, or like... Doesn't matter, really.
Yeah,
you can say, in general, you feel very proud, but, it's kind of a...
Well, I'm proud to... I'm proud to just play a character that, people get to resonate with, and just enjoy playing, along with myself. Even just watching the character grow up, I feel like it's a I don't know, I like the story, and for me to have the opportunity to grow with this character, it's just so interesting to me, and I feel like I can just really relate to the character, and learn from his mistakes. But yeah, I think just to be able to play a god in a video game is just insane. So yeah. I don't think too many people can say that. So I'm just very grateful.
Do people come to you, fans, and try, I don't know, not just ask questions about how you do it, but to give tips, or maybe saying, I want him to be like that, or something? Do you get that? People trying to influence you? Influence, yeah. Maybe, your biggest fans trying to, please don't do something, or I really enjoy things, I don't know, I'm just spitballing here, but sometimes fans want to have an input on a celebrity, as yourself. Game fans maybe want to have an input on you, or you don't have that?
Well, when it comes to everyone has their own opinions on the character and where they think the game should go. Honestly, I don't really have much of a say in that, because I'm not necessarily the writer of the game. I'm just as playing the character, I try to do my part and my best to make the character as enjoyable and real as possible. So I mean, if anyone has advice, I mean, I'll probably tell the writers. I'll be like, all right, I'll see what I can do. But yeah, honestly, on my part, I just try to, you know, bring the character to life. And with, you know, people coming up and giving their own opinions and stuff, I mean, I don't mind it.
Okay. We have a couple of questions, so please.
Yeah, hello. I have a question about, you've been called a boy a lot, right?
Yeah.
So, please tell me, are you bothered a lot by being called a boy, and does Christopher calls the boy Offset a lot too?
Chris does call me boy. I think he'll call me boy forever. Yeah, I'll probably be 70 with the cane and he'll be calling me boy. But no, I don't mind the name. I don't mind being called boy. Yeah, no, I don't mind at all. I wear the name proudly.
Okay, thank you, boy.
Hey, Sunny, I just wanted to ask a question. Would you like there to be another sequel to God of War, or maybe a standalone game for Atreus?
Oh, I would love that. But, I mean, it's not up to me. But we'll see what happens.
Do you have any ideas for the game? Maybe like how would it go?
Shoot. I haven't even thought about that.
You haven't?
I've thought about it a little bit, but maybe for Atreus or Loki to be a little more mischievous. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Thanks.
Hey, Sunny, I'm a huge fan of you. I have a question for you. If you could be a voice actor in any other game that you can choose, which game would you choose and why?
Probably Batman, because I love Batman. Or as of right now, probably like Robin or something. But maybe, you know, later on in the future, something like that. But I don't know. I'm pretty open to any other voice acting. I mean, I love it. So, yeah.
And also, coming back to the boy question that the other gentleman asked, did you ever got scared by him calling you boy because his voice is so deep?
Oh yeah, I would get scared every single time.
Yeah.
It's very intimidating.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for visiting Lithuania.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, Sonia. Nice to having you here. My question is there some kind of plan to be some part of, in another game? Maybe not in the God of War franchise, or maybe other, I don't know. Do you have any plans, maybe?
Well, as of right now,
Without spoiling anything, just...
Yeah. I honestly really can't think of any game specifically. But I mean, I love working on God of War, so if there is anything in the near future, without a doubt, I will, work on this project. But yeah, like I said, I'm very open to doing other projects and different video games and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
I wanted to ask, how much of an impact do you think mid-90s made onto your life?
It made a pretty big impact. I guess more in the States, but yeah, I mean, that was probably one of my favorite movies I ever got to work on. And it's funny because I grew up skating and acting at the same time, and people would always ask me if you had to pick, would you rather skate or would you rather act? And then I would always say, I don't know why I can't do both. And then a few years later, I had the opportunity to skate and act in a movie. So, yeah, it was cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, Sandy. My main question was about skating, because when the main opening, you said you skated since you were 4, and I can tell by your shoes that you skate, and that you skate goofy. So yeah, I just want to ask about skating. Like, what's your favorite trick?
My favorite trick is probably, oh dude, there's so many. But I probably a nollie back heel, or I mean, I like tray flips. Some people like to call it a Atreus flip.
Yeah.
But yeah, it depends on the day.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, Sunny. Nice talking to you. I just wanted to ask, do you know if the next God of War, the next location, like geographically, is going to come up? Like, is it going to be Egypt or any other locations?
My lips are sealed.
Oh, it's a NDA.
He knows.
NDA. All right. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, of course.
So, Sonny, everybody is very fond of you here. What's next of your career? For your career? What are your goals?
Well,
Because you are young, if I can say that.
I'm obviously still continuing acting. I mean, there's the strike right now in the States, so there's that. But I mean, with most of my time right now, I mean, probably like the past year and a half, 2 years, I've been working on music. So if you guys like listening to music, I'm sure all you guys do. Yeah, so I started making music, and it kind of it was like more of a hobby, but I've been taking it a little more serious now. But yeah, I mean, just skating, music, and acting. And I'm also working on a new clothing brand. It's called Superstitious. It's out now. It's live. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm plugging everything right now.
Yeah, I can see that, but it's fun. It's fun, especially to the audience who are very interested in your work, I think. How long you'll be staying in Lithuania? When are you leaving?
I'm here till the 23rd. I wish I could be here longer, but you know, I've been considering after
You were
today and
considering
yesterday.
moving here.
Yeah, you know, I might move here.
Yeah.
I might have to get an apartment here.
Great weather compared to Los Angeles.
I don't mind it. I think it fits like the aesthetic of like Lithuania. It's
Okay.
cool. I don't mind it.
Nice. Thank you very much, Sunny. Thank you for opening a bit of a window or a door to the video game character creating world. I really want to thank you. And everybody, please give a big round of applause for Sunny Suljic.
Thank you guys. Oh my God, wait.
Thank you. Where do you want to sit?
I'm going to sit here. You sit there.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. Hello. Oh, good. They're both working. Welcome to our panel. What's our panel called? I don't know.
Panel.
So welcome. How is everybody today? Have you met Mr. Nikola Djuricko?
Yeah, right. That's nice.
Am I good? Am I doing good?
Really good.
Completely wrong.
No.
Okay.
No, you pronounce it really good. Sometimes I have a problem to pronounce it. But try with Djokovic, that's the G, so Djuricko. But the best I get from Americans is Djuricko. It's like Duran, but nevertheless, it's okay. They call every Nikola is mostly female name.
Yes.
So they were Nicole. I said, no, okay, do it Nico. So that's it, Djuricko.
Excellent. All right, so Nico Rico. There we go. That's fine. I think you were on 21 Jump Street, I think. Was that the... No. So we're here to talk about, theoretically, we're going to talk about the journey of a European movie star starting fresh in Hollywood and joining worldwide successful Hollywood projects.
Yeah.
Maybe. I think the conversation is going to be a little bit more free-flowing than that. But we're going to start, I guess we'll just start by asking you to give a little bit of your resume. Where do you come from?
So I was born in Serbia, Belgrade. I lived all my life until recently there. I worked very nice movie with Angelina Jolie, her first movie, Blood and Honey. And I played there. She was directing that movie, and she was really kind and helpful to find me an agent in London. So I had a couple of meetings. I met one agency. They will hire me, and I started working some co-productions, whatever. But you maybe don't know because you're a European Union. But when you're a Serbian, you cannot travel and work anywhere. So it's quite complicated. And in one moment, I just felt that my career is stuck because I got 2 jobs, really nice jobs in London and everything, and I lost it because of the working permits, visa, whatever. So that was really devastating, and so I decided, let's go to America. And my wife, she's really smart and beautiful also, and I was lucky to find her. And then she read all the papers and everything, and we applied for a green card, and it's called the Einstein visa. I'm not that smart, you can see it in my face, but it's extraordinary ability. Mm-hmm. Yeah, an extraordinary ability. So you have to show that you are in 1% of business that you are in, and I'm a huge star in Serbia. It sounds funny, but it is what it is. I am a huge star there. I'm almost like Justin Bieber, a little taller and older, but that's the level of my famousy, yeah? There. So, and then we moved to America in 2019. In September, in October, I got first self-tape to do. I did it from my agent in London. And in November, I got a recall. Is that quite good? Call back? Call back is better. Call back. Recall is a movie. Call back. And they called me back in Paramount. And it was like 20 minutes from my apartment. So I went there, and then they confirmed me. I got the job in that show that I cannot say the name because we are in strike. But we will talk later.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, and I'm sure you're on our side.
Yes.
On the side of the labor.
Yes.
Yeah. Solidarity.
Excellent. So, what was speaking of SAG then.
Hey, also I got another job on another show.
That we also can't talk about.
Yeah. Also, it's a streamer, and that's a truck companies. So, but I just want to be a little bit over the top. So, from a 2 casting, I got 2 jobs, and I was like, this was a good move. I should do it earlier, And it was actually a good move. And then we came here in January 2020. We came here in Vilnius, and we were doing the show. We were doing a shooting here. And we do it for 2 weeks, and it was really nice, cold, there were no snow, and and the Lithuanians were like, sorry, excuse me. I don't know how it happened. It never happened. It's always snow, but there was no snow. So they made 2 kilometers. Finally, they know kilometers.
Yeah,
that's how we're good that's a normal way to measure stuff. Like 2 feet and a couple of fingers. I don't know. No. There is something. Yeah, but 2 kilometers of fake snow somewhere in forest in outskirts of town. And then I remember we came back from a shooting, and our producer, Ian, he left later. He was like. And I said, Mr. Ian, what's going on? He said, this disease is not good, man. This corona thing, it's not quite good. And then we stopped. And then I came back to America, and a year later, so 1 year later, we came back on the same place and started shooting again from a same place we stopped. It was devastating. I'm sure everybody remembered that corona. Maybe your younger people don't. That was my first pandemic. I'm sure it's yours, first pandemic. My grandma, she remembered the Spanish flu also, but
back in
she's alive, man. She's alive. That's what's interesting.
Was there
twice, twice pandemic, and she's still there. Yeah.
But was there snow the second time?
Hey, the snow was really there, excited and waiting, and minus 26.
Excellent.
To translate to you, it's a -8.
Yeah.
Yeah? It's not good.
We know what minus 26 feels like. Mm-hmm. It's like summer.
Yeah, this is the Hawaii moment here. Like, oh, we go in bikini now. I thought maybe the camera will stop working, it's minus 26, but these Lithuanian cameras are like, okay, we are more warming up now. And the crew, all the people, all the people in the crew, they have some electricity in the boots and jackets and everything. It's to see it because you're at least 8 hours outside. But we were in costumes, so I could. But luckily I was in a good costume. But my colleague Vlasiha, Tom, he didn't have a hat. He had just shirt, And in one moment you see he's losing it, He's like, oh, come on, Tom, don't go to the light. Don't chase the horses or whatever you see now. It was really something. Really, that was the coldest I ever experienced. I experienced minus 20 when I was in army, and it was like stupid, but this was something. This was really something. Luckily, there was no wind. Yeah. If there were wind, I think we would be dead. Yeah.
I'm glad Lithuania could give you a new experience like that.
Yeah. When you watch it on a show, you just see the smoke coming out of our mouth. It's like minus 10 or 5 or 6-ish, but it's 26-ish. It is really something. You cannot touch anything. You're a Lithuanian. Yeah.
So, okay, getting back to SAG for a second.
Sorry, mate.
No, you're fine. What was the role that got you your SAG card, that got you into the union?
Those two, because you must join in one moment. It is really complicated. A lot of my colleagues, it's like you need to get to the syndicate, you get to get the Screen Actors Guild, that's the SAG. It's like a syndicate for actors, for TV or movies, whatever. And it's one of the biggest syndicate and maybe oldest. Maybe the truck drivers, they are the oldest one, I'm sure. But so those two jobs was must join to the syndicate, and it's quite nice because I'm a huge star. I told you in Serbia, but they can make you work 12 hours or 16 hours, or sometimes you can skip a lunch. When you're in SAG, no bullshit like that. You're gonna have your lunch and no more than I think 10 hours or something. So that's really nice. Also, what is most important is those residuals. So you get something when the show is on, you get something back. We don't have that in Serbia, and it's really devastating. I have 40 or something, Google me please. I have 40 or something movies or TV shows, and I got 0 every time I saw that on television. So it's not nice. The SAG allowed actors, and it's a beginning of the SAG rules. They say actors live to work, but they live while they don't work. So we need to take care of them, even then.
And this is one of the things that the strike is about. It's one of the reasons that we can't mention the show.
The main two or almost three things that we are in strike. The first thing is that residuals. So the strike companies are technical companies. You know, they are not, they're producing something else, like Apple. They make watches, phones, and also content. It's a different thing with other content providers, or streamers, how we call them. They don't share how much people watch our show. You know, they don't share the information about that. So it's very hard and complicated for a syndicate to calculate a formula how much you should. But to keep it simple, like Snoop Dogg, explain it. In good old days, I sell 10,000 records. If I get $1 for a record, so it's 10,000 bucks for me. It's easy to understand. And now you don't know how many albums he sells, and that's why he don't get anything. And it's not fair. In the beginning, we understood, the SAG understood it was a beginning of streaming. Nobody knew how it will end, but ended very well. We meet each other, you watch very cool content, we are free of commercials, we are free of any kinds of censorship. You can drink, smoke, die, kill, all the good stuff. You can do it finally on a telly, you know, you don't have any kind of censorship. But and they hire the best people, and the best people move to work for streamers and everything. But now it's a new deal, it's a time for a new deal. And I think it's a quite nice proposal, actually. It's not something out of this mind. We have two very famous actors. They were on Venice Festival this year, Adam Driver and Jessica Chastain, and they were promoting their movies because that small companies were signed a contract with SAG. So our demands can be fulfilled with small companies. So I'm sure that the huge companies can fulfill them also. So the proposal is something really fair and normal, nothing excess.
Well, and I think just to put it in terms here, one of the things that's happening with actors is, in order to get insurance through SAG, through the industry, through the union, is you need to make $26,000 a year as an actor. That's it, $26,000 a year. And I don't remember the number of how many SAG actors there are now, about 10, 12, 15,000 total. And because we all think, oh, he's an actor. He must be making millions of dollars. Yeah. And you have to understand that of all of the actors that are SAG, the average actor makes about $5,000 a year or less as an actor. Now, the way averages work, think about the fact that you've got Tom Hanks or Tom Cruise, who's making 20 or 30 or 40 million a picture. And then average how many people aren't making anything so that we get that 5,000 per person.
Per person, yeah.
Right? And so the idea of residuals is that every time something airs, every time it's paid for, the actors get a little piece of that, and that goes towards their insurance, right? That helps them to stay working, stay alive.
Yeah, especially they sell the content. So when you watch it, you pay to watch. So it's fair to share with the authors and actors. I think the famous story is this guy, I forgot his name, who got the Oscar for a supporting role, everything, all the time, every time, and you know
King Kwan.
Yeah, King Kwan. He lost insurance the same month he got Oscar. So the insurance policy in America is a little bit brutal, you know. You can lose it and get Oscar that same week, you know, but you cannot be sick, baby. Don't drink too much on that part, you know. Yeah. But it is what it is. Also, the second big issue, the writers started that issue, was artificial intelligence. So the big problem for the writers was the producers use artificial intelligence to make a script, generic script. So, for example, I want to make a script about cup, shoes, and I don't know, microphone. And the artificial intelligence in 7 minutes give you 200-page script and use cups, but it's bananas, it's stupid. You know, there is nothing organic in it. There is no actual story. It's a collage of sentences where the cup, microphone, and shoes is in. And then they call the writers to fix the script, to make it human, to make it like normal story. But when then you are paid like a fixer, and you are not creative, so you don't get the residuals. And if you get the Oscar for a script, computer got it. Not computer, the guy who owns the computer, so the producer. And so our fellow writers said, no, we will not do it anymore. We will not fix the generated scripts. Find the generator script fixer and fix that by yourself. And now they made an agreement, fortunately just for 3 years. I think the producers said, okay, we need 3 years more to make machine work better, you know. But nevertheless, they agree. And also for the actors, what's the problem? They want to scan extras, yeah? They want to scan them for 1 day. So you're an extra and they say, okay, run, fall, you are scared, there is a water, a snake in your ear, whatever, and you're doing all day that shit, and you get $100 or $200, whatever, $500, whatever it rates. And then we send you home and use your image and your behavior, your acting forever in time, and never pay you again. And we as actors and screen actors, syndicate members, it is really scary because, you know, in American Anglo-Saxon law, if something passes, it will pass. So what can stop them to use Tom Cruise in every movie? Chasing Tom Cruise. So all the bad guys and the good guys and the girls and the boys and the taxi drivers, they're all Tom Cruise. And they can do it and pay zero to the Tom. And we say, wow, this is really not nice. So when we talk about this strike, they say it a couple of times, I read some articles, maybe it's too alarming, but they say this is the canary in a coal mine. Mm-hmm. This is not just a strike workers against the bosses, give us more money and less work, can we do it? No, this is really an industrial revolution. It's a moment in time that all the eyes of all actors and all performers and all writers and all creative people, we are all watching those two syndicates. And if they lose, you can imagine what they're going to do to us here or in Serbia or the places that we are not that organized and that strong. So I'm really in solidarity with my colleagues, and I hope we will meet these producers and everybody, and we start working and make you happy, make me happy, and talk about creative stuff, not these industrial revolution things. Yeah.
Which is also why, I mean, to explain, you know, as you spend the next 2 days here at the con, listening to actors who would absolutely love to tell you stories, yeah. And to talk about these amazing shows that they're on, and they can't. You know, it's because it's, you know, yeah, they could, sure. I mean, we're in Lithuania, we're a small country, nobody's, you know, we don't have the SAG police at the door, but it's as Nikola says, it's that
solidarity with that, and also we don't want to promote companies that we are striking against, you know, struck companies, it's stupid, or also the shows, but that's really complicated. I'm really happy that you are all here. You are here because I played in that show, not because I'm huge in Serbia.
Wait, is there anybody here because Nikola is huge in Serbia? Anybody?
One guy.
Yeah, I just had to check.
Yeah,
you know.
He's Bosnian. My friend.
Can you tell us a Serbian joke?
Yeah, no.
No.
It is really complicated situation, but I hope you understand. Also, but we can talk about how I get a job. I can talk about my lovely colleagues that I worked with. I can talk about the lovely writers, the Duffer brothers, who invented the show and everything. They are really, really something. So we can talk about it, around it. Sure. Not promote the show, but promote Actors Guild.
Now, you started as a stand-up comedian.
No, I started as a huge star already.
Okay.
Yeah. No, really, I was a kid actor as a kid. You know, I started really as a kid, and then I go to the Faculty of Drama Art when I was 17. Then I got stipendium from Yugoslav Drama Theater when I was 18. So I
suspended?
No, it's a stipendium. How do you call stipendia? Yeah. How you say it in English?
Scholarship.
Scholarship.
Scholarship. Okay, gotcha.
Sorry, I'm deaf on this here. I forgot on what chair. Yeah, so scholarship from, but it's not scholarship, never mind. They just buy you for a small amount of money, and I worked on that theater like a slave. But nevertheless, I had experience to work, and I worked like 150 shows every year at least. I made 40 movies, 40 theater shows and everything. So that's how I started. And then in one moment I was like, I think I should do the stand-up. Because it's really relaxing after all this theater action. You know, it's a costume, 2 months of rehearsal, a lot of colleagues. I love my colleagues, but not all the time. You understand? And then the stand-up was so nice relief, you know. It's so simple, so immediate contact with people, and you just need one microphone and that's it, enough. So I like it. So I started doing show. This is my second show. I played 150 shows. First, I'm almost on 100 of this second show. Who knows?
And you've interrupted a tour to come here,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. I'm in the middle of the tour of Serbia, ex-Yugoslavia, a little bit of Europe. But I'm doing it on Serbian. So only people from Yugoslavia can understand me. And it's not a huge crowd, but it's not that small.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Thank you.
So, all right, so let's talk about the audition process.
Oh, yes. I got the scene from that show, you know. I don't know. Okay, that's a scene when they come to my airport, a bear, when I'm talking about the bears and everything. So that was the scene for a casting. And I was really excited. And my wife, she's always doing it with me, and I'm always nervous. It is what it is, you know, because as an actor, I used to have somebody in the audience to watch me and say, hey, just don't do it like that. Go this direction, that direction. You don't have directions here. But they made the Duffers, they made little line about what they think character should be. And the character description was a vulgar man laughing at his own jokes. Pilot smuggler, and I was like, plop, 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 this is it. And I enjoy it, really. My father is a pilot, not a smuggler, just a pilot. And then I do that scene. And I got 3 pages on Russian. Yeah. Ooh. I never learned Russian in my life. My wife learned it in school, but it didn't help.
Where's your wife from? Is she from Serbia as well?
Yeah, she is. But she's from New Belgrade. They learn Russian, and I was from Old Town. We learned German. You know, that was it. English and German. She learned Russian and English. Crazy. But it didn't help that she knew a little bit about it. And it's a similar language. It's a Slavic language like Serbian. So there is some similarity. It's not like Finnish or I don't know, Chinese. So you don't.
Or Lithuanian.
No, the Lithuanian, it is a little bit off. Yeah, but I can read it. I can read. You know, you can read the letters. The Russian have some different Cyrillic, but those. Never mind. And I was like, oh man, Jesus, my wife, what's going on? I said, we came to America and now I'm learning Russian, man. This is bananas, this is stupid, like, you know? And so I have a friend, she's a teacher of Russian, so we are doing the Zoom every day, and when the language is similar, that's maybe worse, because you don't hear the difference, you know, you don't hear that you are doing it wrong. So I was learning, and I learned first page, and other 2 pages I learned to read. I couldn't remember, I was like blocked, I could. So we do the video, we do the self-tape, and we send that. 1 month later, they call back, and they call back in Paramount. So I have 1 week so I'm just learning those Russian lines. I thought maybe if I learn those 2 pages, I will get the job. So I didn't touch this English scene at all. I said, okay, I know this about bears, I know that, but this Russian is bananas. So I went there, and there was a couple of guys looking. That's also crazy when you're going to the casting, you know, there are people looking like you. But the same look like you, you know, you just say, wow, you know? And they were in the room, and you know, they are for the same role, and you hear the guy inside doing it already. I said, oh, geez, maybe I should change something or whatever. But I told you, I'm a huge star. So I'm used to competition, and I really like competition. I like when I see people, when I see the casting director like this, you know, they were reading papers or whatever they do, but I really like to see them. And I think they really like to see me. So I came in, and the lady say, what do you want to do? Do you want to start maybe with the scene? I said, no, can I do the Russian? She said, no, we see you can speak Russian. You don't have to do the Russian scene. And that was it. But maybe that helped, you know, I was relaxed. I didn't think too much, you know, you were just relaxed. You're just doing it. I was like, I was behaving like crazy, vulgar man laughing at his own jokes. I was just read what the brothers wrote it down. And 2 weeks later, my agent sent me big letters. Nico, congratulations, it's a Stranger Things. I said, whoa, because we didn't know what we are doing. We didn't know what is the show. You can get some idea basically through but they're lying. There was a different characters coming to whatever. So I was, and he said, the brothers want to meet you. Are you available tomorrow? And I'm joking, like, let me check my schedule. I don't have a schedule, you know. I said, okay, I can do it. He said, it's somewhere in Hollywood Hills, no, he said, we don't know where it's going to be, and we don't know time. I just need to check, are you available? I said, I'm available. 1 hour later, he sent me a mail. He said, time, 2 p.m., where? TBD. And Americans love those 3-letter words, like DMV, FBI, CIA, all the CPA, LSD, whatever. You know, they just use it. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's drugs. Yeah, sometimes it's cops. You know, so it is what it is. But I didn't know that, because I'm lost in translation.
Do you guys know what TBD means?
No, don't tell them. Don't tell them yet. Those who don't know, those who don't know. So, me and my family have, my wife, I told you already, she's smart. And we always check together when we do the English mails, just to be sure that we are not lost in translation. And she was, I don't know where, in that moment with the kids or whatever, and I was like pissed of where you are. And I'm doing a TBD on a Google map. And I said TBD. And then I'm trying to call her, and I see 3 days and 17 hours. Somewhere in Canada. And I think I should be tomorrow there in 2 p.m. So if I start driving now, maybe I can call them tomorrow and say, I'm in a traffic jam. Can I be late 2 days? You know? And I'm thinking, no, I'm going to take a plane, but Canada, somewhere in really north of Canada, where I thought maybe they're shooting the show there, you know? It looks like snow. I didn't know that they should do it in here. And I'm sending to my agent, and the assistant is on CC. And I say, I'm available tomorrow, but I'm not sure about this TBD I'm finding on a map. I'm not sure I'm finding good stuff on a map. A second later, my wife is calling, she's laughing and she's pissed. At the same time, how stupid you are. You are fool, you are totally fool, but why did you do this? Say what? It's to be determined, not to be decided. It's going to be TBD, mean to be decided. I didn't know. But there is some TBD company in the north of Canada. If you want to go there. Like 3 days and 70 hours, like, what? Where is this thing, Oh man, that was embarrassing, but I think the assistant thought it was a joke.
Yeah.
So it passed like a joke, but it's not. I was just lost in translation. So, yeah. And, okay, of course, and then next day I was like, relief, it was some Hollywood Hills. It's 20 minutes when I put it on my Google. Yeah, 20 minutes. So I went there and it was really something. I was a not huge fan, but I was a fan of the show. I watched it a lot of times. And a lot of my friends were huge fans. So I went there and that's the room, it's a writing room. It's a big villa, whatever, but they just use it for writing. And you come in and there's a big table like this. And they were writing all the stuff and the parallel, what actor will be there, what the character will be, and the storylines and everything. And it was so fun. And the brothers were like so cute, they were like really some cute boys. Like they were like in a school, those two boys that always drawing something, and laughing between themselves, like, who are those boys? Like, they look like some losers, if you think about it. Yeah, really, you can be mistaken by those two losers. And they were really nice, and they were really charming, and they were really welcoming. And they were like, oh, Nico, we really like how you did it there. I said, you wrote it, boys. Yeah, but you really pushed it far. I said, cool. And you really inspired us. So the writers said they will write more about it. They really like how you did with the character and everything. And I was like, yes, this is it. This is finally it. So it was really, really nice ride, really nice. And they were really, and all my colleagues there. After a while, we had a reading rehearsal in Atlanta, in some place. And we read the first 6 episodes of a show, and it was really exciting to hear. You read it, but for the first time you can hear it like a radio drama or reading rehearsal, table rehearsal. I really like it from a theater, and it was full of people like this, and we are on the stage, like the main cast and the new cast was up. I was sitting. Jamie was the Vecna. He was here, and he had some crystals on a table, 4 of them. I stole one. I don't know why. It was like, I couldn't, he was like, where's my crystals? And all the main cast was there, the kids, all of them. Sean Levy, who is he's now doing the Deadpool or whatever. Yeah, he's one of also creators. He was reading around it, and we were reading the lines and everything. So that was really, and if you know, my beautiful face, I'm showing my beautiful face in the 4th episode. So, and first day we were reading just 3 episodes. So everybody was like, who is this guy there? Eating all by myself. But the next day was finally my 4th episode, and they were like, hey, you're crazy, this is really live, we really love it, and everything. So they were really welcoming and really nice. And we had cool dinner after those reading rehearsals. I really was happy to talk with Matthew Modine, the Papa. Yeah, he was playing with the Kubrick. He played in his famous movie, Full Metal Jacket. And I was like, how is the Kubrick? Tell us about stories. And it was really, really something to meet him. And we were going by foot to the hotel. In Atlanta, they move all railroads and make for pedestrians. You can walk. It's really nice. Some cultural hubs and everything. It's really nice. And we were going there. So he turned around and said, and the Duffers going into the car, and he said, Duffers! And those boys do like this. He said, you see, They were harassed all their life. You know, they were bullied all their life, you know. And they were like, what? Me and Nico, we are going by foot. And I say, okay, never mind, you shouldn't tell to us, you know. But it was really, they were really welcoming, a really nice bunch, you know. Beside of that third season, they become a huge success and everything. And it was really flattering and welcoming.
And if you were invited for a fifth season?
Nobody knows. We are still in strike. Our writers are in strike also with us. Their solidarity with us. We start solidarity with them, so there's solidarity with us. So we are all waiting for this to resolve, because I don't think there is meaning to do it if we don't solve those really small issues. And we are solve it with the MGM. We solve it with the big companies that make movies. You know, I think this new technical company should just get on the board, and hopefully we can talk and start working again.
Should we take a moment? Does anybody have any questions for Nikola? There's a microphone here.
No, Nikola is talking too much, so nobody...
Or you guys just want to let him continue talking?
Yeah, just let me do. No, ask me something, really.
So, all right, once we resolve all the strike issues, because we all, fingers crossed, it'll all get resolved, if they invite you back for a fifth season, would you go?
Of course I will go. It is why I came to America, you know. I wanted to work in the biggest production with the best in the job, and I think this was one of that opportunities. You know, I told you already, 40 movies, blah blah blah, but it's always, we have 26 days to make a movie, and we have 26 days for one shot here if we want it, you know. So we're really doing it, and all the props, all the crew, all the camera operators, the makeup. That was also really nice collaboration for this crazy golden teeth. Huh? Is that teeth? Yeah, that was also nice collaboration. Also my face, my laughing, whatever we do. Also the plane. Oh, sorry, boy.
We have a question. If you.
Yeah, I see.
I'm sorry if I interrupted.
No.
Hi, Nikola.
Hi, Mike.
I wanted to ask, what kind of roles do you enjoy the most? Of course, like you mentioned that you enjoy Stranger Things, but you said you have 150 movies in your portfolio. So I anticipate that you played a lot of different roles, the good guys, the bad guys. Which one would be your favorite one?
I don't want to sound like a country singer. I like all my songs, but in a way, it's a learning curve. You know, sometimes you think you like what is easy for you. You know, like a comedy, whatever. You know, that's my spot. So I feel comfortable there. But sometimes it's really helpful not to be comfortable, to go somewhere where you are not. Maybe you're gonna flop, maybe it's going to bad, but you're gonna learn something. You're gonna be better. And I really like this job. I like my craft. I really want to make it better and better. Especially now when I'm acting on different language. You know, different languages here, and your language is here. So when I learn the lines, I need to rewire. I need 3 days to learn the lines on English. But to be quite honest, I always felt really comfortable in any kind of comedy.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, bro. Thank you for the question.
Have you found that before the strike, but that with the success of that show, are you getting more calls? Are there more auditions happening for you?
Not so many. You know, they always put you in a draw, and it's not a native speaker, how they call us. Polite way to say foreigner. But it is what it is. And most of the time it's typical Russian mafioso, blah, blah, blah. And I don't look like that. And I know I will never get that part. So I try with my agents to find that new angle. Maybe sometimes they don't expect that you can do it. So they're going to give you a chance or try. Yeah, but what helped really is to say, yeah, we know Nikola, he's huge in Serbia, but we don't care. Americans are like that. And the position they are in, they give them the right to be like that, a little bit nosy. But But what I wanted to say, I don't know.
All right, but now, strike notwithstanding, you're planning on staying in America?
I stayed while Corona in America, and it was crazy, you know. It was the most expensive vacation we ever had. But my kids are there. I have 2 kids. My boy, he's 14. My daughter, she's 18. She's in Pennsylvania on a college already. So they like it, you know. They like America. My wife likes America. My dog. We just left flowers, you know. That was it. We all moved there.
Excellent. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Nobody has any questions?
Okay.
So what? All right. Well, but to continue on, what would be your dream role?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't dream anymore about it, because when you dream, you just get sad. You said, "Oh man, I should play this. I should play like my dream role was artist. You know that French guy who got Oscar, and he didn't say one word. And when he got Oscar, he said merci because he's a French. So I was like, oh, damn, that was my role, man. I should get it. And it was really fun. It was comedy, dancing, crazy stuff. That would be maybe some of that role. But you never know, actually, you know. You never know what will be your dream role. I really don't want to expect so much, because whenever I did, I was like just disappointed. So I stopped doing that.
Would you do stage in America? Stage
yes, I would really like to do stage in America, because, you know, I came from actually I worked most of my life I work in theater. I play 100 and something, 50 shows every year. I play Iago in Othello.
I was going to ask if Shakespeare translates
Shakespeare, very nice. I played Trepljev in Seagull of Chekhov. I played Candide of Voltaire. So I play a lot of classical roles. I see your eyes, you don't believe it, but I was really good.
We have no doubt.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Hello. I have a question actually about your stand-up. So do you do any stand-up in English?
No, not yet. But hopefully I think about it, you know, because it's so fun to do it. And if it's working, then it's really pleasure. It's a paradise. If it doesn't work, it's a hell. But there is some open mics. He also know the neighborhood I am there, so I will maybe eventually go on some open mic nights. That's how you should start, you know, 5 minutes of stand-up, and then you try, and if people are laughing, maybe I will do these lost in translation moments. I have a lot of them, unfortunately.
Thank you.
And I have another question.
Yes, please.
So from the show that you don't want to mention.
Yes.
So who do you keep in touch with the most?
Brett Gelman, who played Murray, he called me a couple of times on a dinner, on a party. He took us to the movies. In Hollywood, there is on a cemetery, Farewell Hollywood, they put the movies on a cemetery. It's not exactly on the dead people, but dead people around you. There is some square, big square with a big wall. And we watched, I think it was Back to the Future, Ferris Bueller, Day Off, that iconic American movies, and it's quite nice. You're lying down, there is a beer. There's a friend, the Jamie was with us, Vecna, and my daughter is a huge fan of him. And he have a new album, so you can maybe find it. He's really singing it. Wow, he's really cool. So he was really welcoming for me, and I stay in contact with Tom Vlasica, but he's a German.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The German.
Hello.
Hi.
Despite cold weather, what is your favorite memory from Lithuania?
My favorite, now it's favorite, but while it was happening about Vlasica, because he's German, whenever we don't shoot, we don't have a work, he said we should go by steps to the castle up. Maybe it's not in this direction, you know, and it's 100 or something. And he said every step is 1 second, you add 1 second to your life. So we had a lot of seconds to our life, you know, every time. And I was so pissed every morning. He said, are we going? I said, I don't know, Tom, maybe today I have enough seconds already. No, come on, you should go. They're Germans, you know, they love to exercise. I'm from Serbia, no. So we went every day, almost every day. So now it's really funny for me when I see a castle. I say, oh no, I'm all alone now. No, I will not do it. But that was really fun. We were doing that. I was so excited when we finished. You know, when you climb, you're like, yes, because now it's all downstairs, lunch, free time. You know? So I really enjoy it. Yeah.
And have you tried any Lithuanian meals?
What
food?
Oh, food. Yes, we try everything. I find it really quite similar to the European cuisine, so I'm used to it. You know, I really like it. I like the beer most of the time, and most of the time we were talking about basketball. That was with the Lithuanians, with the crew, like Sabonis, Kashanovs, and they know our guys and everything. And remembering, do you remember that semi-final? Yeah, do you remember that thing? And it's always some rivalry between our two countries.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, bro. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Great. I think that's our time, yeah?
Really?
That is our time.
Oh,
So, we're just getting started, but thank you all very
Mañana
much.
we have this panel, so come again and listen to this thing again.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you, Nikola.
Hey, everybody. And now my guest today will be an actress with an amazing and successful international career and who did all of the coolest things with her projects, starting from sorcery to magic to fantasy and a little bit of sci-fi. Please give a huge, and I mean huge, round of applause for the actress Anna Shaffer. many people. Everybody can ask Anna a question. I have a ton of questions ready myself. There's a microphone. Usually there's questions at the end of the panel, but let's make it a little bit more dynamic and do it just anytime you have a question, come to the microphone and ask. I just remind you, we have a disclaimer, and we can't talk anything relating to past or present or future projects of Anna. So just be mindful and, let's be friendly to Anna, yeah? Let's show the famous Lithuanian hospitality.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. And honestly, I always think that there's going to be like 5 people in the audience. So there's more than 5 people, which is so nice. So thank you so much. I actually once did a panel, I think it was in Romania, and it was outside and it was raining. And there were genuinely 5 people in the audience, and one of them was my agent. So this is major. Thank you.
So first of all, Anna, as I introduced you, you have an amazing international career, and I think full audience today is like, it can prove it. But what it's like to be you? You're traveling a lot, working a lot.
Well, right now it's quite boring to be me because of the strike. So, but actually, I tell you what's great is being able to do things like this and being able to travel to places that I would never have been to before. It's my first time in Lithuania, and stuff like that is so special, and getting to actually meet fans of the work that I've done is so special and in such an intimate environment. So right now it's good to be me.
Again, you can ask your questions. There's a microphone. But Anna, what do you think, which of your personality traits were key to your success? I'm not talking about your talent, because this is obvious, right? But, being an artist, being an actress is not an easy profession.
It's not, and I really think you have to just have stamina. I remember someone said early on in my career once that it's a marathon, not a sprint, and that's something that's really stayed with me, because you have such long periods of not working, especially now with the strike. But I remember, there can be a huge amount of times between projects, and you get so many no's, so much rejection, and you just have to be in it to win it. And I've had so many friends over the years that have stopped acting because it is just tough to kind of bear the brunt of that. But I think I've developed a bit of a thick skin over the years, and because I have been doing this for 16 years, which is kind of major, I can't believe it. I feel like I'm too young to have been doing this for so long. But it means that I've experienced, honestly, anything that could possibly go wrong with a project, I've definitely experienced it. All the no's, all the worst things that can happen in this industry, I've definitely had those happen to me. And I think you just have to roll with the punches and know that something new and exciting is going to come your way. And that's actually the beauty, I think, of the industry, is that your luck can change just daily. 1 minute you think, I'm never going to work again, and then you get a call for an amazing project and things change. So, Did I answer the question?
Yeah. But, how do you deal with the no's coming? Because it's difficult not to take them personally, right? And they can definitely trigger your imposter syndrome, right?
Oh my God, totally. I think you have to, I always try to see it that the casting process is a bit like Tetris, and you've got to fit lots of different people together. And so if you're trying to fit into a family, you might not look like the parents, or I guess I'm probably of playing age of parents now, so I might not look like the kids. And you might have the wrong accent, or there's so many different things, and all your job is to go in and do the best that you can, and it's not a reflection of your talent necessarily, it's just you weren't quite right for the role. But you have to really tell yourself that. Obviously, sometimes you can be feeling a bit low after not getting something, but I really believe that what's right for you went past you, so I just try to think like that. Yeah.
And do you remember the exact moment when you decided to become an actress, and how long ago was that?
Oh, well, yeah. I don't really remember the exact moment. I think I sort of got into the industry by fluke. I really wasn't that keen on my drama teacher when I was at school, but I really liked doing drama. And so my mum said, well, look, there's a performing arts centre down the road. You can go and do after-school classes there. So I did that, and then they had an agency attached to it. And my first audition was for a Vodafone advert that I didn't get, and my second ever audition was for Harry Potter, which I did get. So, you know, yeah, kind of bonkers. And I was 15 at the time, and I thought, well, that's it. That's amazing. I'm in this incredible franchise, but maybe I'll go off and do something else afterwards. And then I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, and things would come through. And definitely not all the time. Definitely periods of not working for a very long time. But you know, getting enough to keep carrying on. And I feel like I still feel like that. I still feel like someone's going to tap me on the shoulder and be like, no, it's time to do something else. But I'm going to carry on doing this for as long as people are silly enough to pay me to do it.
Yes, you know, I have to ask this. In a hypothetical scenario, let's say there is no more such a profession as an actress or actors in the world, what would you be? Sorcerer?
Yeah, I think. Is that possible? I was obsessed with magazines growing up, so I always, I think my dream job would have been working for Vogue or something like that. So, yeah, maybe being a fashion journalist would be next on the list.
You know, I'm a journalist, but I don't recommend this profession as well. It also comes with bells and whistles. You know, it's not that as easy.
We should do a job swap for the day. I'll do the rest of the moderation.
I don't think I can do your job.
I don't think
honestly.
I can do
Honestly, so what motivates you now to continue on doing your job, especially when, you know, the times are tough for the actors, right?
I think my ambition is that I want to make shows or films that I would like to watch myself. I'm such an avid telly watcher. I love going to the cinema, and so that's just my dreams. And so far, I've been so lucky to do that. So I just want to keep on getting to make those kinds of projects, and also work with incredible people. I think what's so special about being an actor is that you just learn from your co-stars so much. It's so annoying that we can't talk about things specifically, but I've learned so much from my co-stars, and people that are way younger than me that haven't been doing it for as long as I have, like, blown me away in scenes, and I think, oh God, I need to go home and do my homework and get better. And that's such an incredible thing, I think, to still be learning at 31, and I hope to continue to learn for the rest of my life.
That's a real gift, right? To be able to learn throughout all of your life.
For sure.
Guys, you can ask your questions. Just come to the microphone. Use this opportunity. I mean, this is Anna Shaffer, right?
Don't be scared. I'm scared.
Yeah. Yeah. And our topic of the panel is about women in film. Yes. And have you personally ever been treated differently because you're a woman? Maybe left behind, or maybe even benefited from the fact?
Do you know what? I think definitely just being a woman is a sort of second-class existence, sadly. But I think that definitely pay disparity is a huge thing within the industry, but that's getting much better. And I think it's so hard to say. I think female characters get often to be way more nuanced than male characters. And so as much as maybe people feel like female characters are underwritten, I think the stories that we get to tell as women are actually more exciting and more full. I don't know if I answered that question at all.
Yeah. At the beginning, you mentioned that, you noticed people at the beginning of your career dropping out because it was so difficult. Were these people usually women or men?
Yeah,
right.
All women. God, that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think one of the hardest things is you start your career, well, for me anyway, I was a kid, so I'm playing school kids, basically. And then you kind of move into a different realm where you're the love interest or you're the friend. And then there's very quickly, you just become a mum, or, there doesn't tend to be that middle ground. But I think you're seeing so much more incredible work from filmmakers that are showcasing the entirety of womanhood. And that's really exciting.
Yeah. I think it's always easy, to focus on the negative side.
Yeah.
I come from science. I'm a science journalist, and of course, it's like never easy for women scientists, right? But it's good to focus on the positive changes. So, what positive changes do you now see in the industry?
Well, I think the stories that are being told are so much more exciting. I don't know if anyone's seen the Norwegian film, The Worst Person in the World. Like, that's such an incredible film, and it's actually made by two men, well, directed by a man and written by two men. But I think the subject matter of this woman who's working out whether she wants kids, what this means as she grows older, that's such an exciting thing to me. It's not something that I think we'd really seen in film before, and especially for me, at a similar age, asking myself those similar questions, I was like, wow, this feels, I really relate to this, and I'm so glad that someone has made it. And actually, I think that is really important in terms of women's stories being at the forefront, is also our male counterparts being willing to tell those stories and be true allies within the industry, which is what kind of happened in that instance with that film.
When you watch a movie or a TV series yourself, do you usually distinguish, well, this is a movie for the boys, this is for the women? Because sometimes the line is...
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? I think that's definitely... Do you think when I'm watching or if in a project that I'm in?
When you're in a project.
I think it's easy for a show to feel like it's just for a man or just for a woman, but I think that's just such an outdated view. It's like that chocolate bar, Yorkie chocolate bar, and the advertising used to be like not for women. You're just like, what the hell? Like, it's a chocolate bar. That's kind of how I feel about different genres of film. It's like, it should be for everyone.
Mm-hmm. Now going back to the changes that we discussed in the previous question, do you think that these changes are happening, fast enough, or we need to speed them up? And how can each of us do that? Because we're just viewers.
Yeah, I know.
How can we contribute?
It's really hard. It has to come from the people at the top. I think you can't be what you can't see, and so it's important for there to be women showrunners and women directors and women screenwriters, and there are, but there just needs to be more, and I think that has to happen at the ground level with education and when people are getting into training and getting into this industry, and it needs to happen at the top levels where people are hiring those people, so it needs to be female producers and production companies led by women, and then in the middle it'll kind of balance out.
Mm-hmm. And do you think women in film are given, the same agency as male actors, for instance? And are female roles as empowered as male roles?
I think not as much as we'd like them to be, but it is getting better. And I think the more that we have women writers telling those stories, the more exciting and round that they will be. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Slow progress is better than no progress.
Yeah. Focusing on the positive side.
Yes.
Questions, maybe? No? You want me to ask my questions? I can do that, no problem. You mentioned that you had a drama teacher that you really did not like. Maybe you can elaborate on it a little bit more. What was wrong with that person?
Well, it's quite sad. He was kind of fine, but I was really desperate to be in the school play, and this year the play was going to be To Kill a Mockingbird. And I'm mixed race. My mum is from black farmland, South Africa. My dad is from the Jewish inner city in South Africa. And he said I couldn't audition because I wasn't black enough and I wasn't white enough. And that was...
How old were you then?
I think I was 13. It was kind of a shocking thing to say to a kid.
Not a very nice thing
Not
as well.
very nice at all. And so my mum was like, well, absolutely, stop taking his class and we'll take you out and we'll put you into the Performing Arts Centre. But it was the best decision that she ever made, because I wouldn't be here boring you all with my boring stories otherwise.
Anna is not boring you guys, right?
I'm putting you in a meditative state.
See, they love you. Come on. So now talking about nice teachers.
Yes.
How important teachers were in your career in general, and maybe you can, tell us a couple of stories.
Well, I don't know. I know we can't really talk about it, but I don't know if anyone here is a Harry Potter fan. But but Jessie Cave, who plays Lavender Brown, she has been such a big teacher in my life, and she actually has always pushed me to do things that I think are out of my reach or out of my comfort zone. And she introduced me to her agents at a time when I was with a kind of small child agency, and I had been from my Harry Potter days, and she was like, no, you need to get with this big agency in London, United, which I'm now with. And that was through her introducing me to her agents, and she's not even with them anymore, but she kind of made this introduction, and she's always just championed me so much and inspired me to do things. And every conversation I have with her is so enriching. She's got 4 kids, and I feel like, that people say, like, you have as many hours in the day as Beyonce. That's like how I feel about Jessie Cave. It's like we've all got the same amount of hours as Jessie Cave, but she just gets stuff done. I don't know how she does it, and she just inspires me so much. So she is definitely one of my biggest champions and biggest teachers.
So support and supporting others is like one of the most important personality traits for a teacher.
Absolutely, and I think it's so easy in this industry to feel like there's not space for everyone, and you kind of want to stockpile your opportunity because you're just worried that someone else might take it, and you're sort of pitted against other people that are going up for the same roles as you, but that's just not the case. There's enough room for everyone, and Jessie is such a prime example of proving that that's right.
I think this happens in every field, not only in film, where you sometimes feel maybe there's too many professionals. Maybe you need to stop. Maybe you need to pile, your offers up and just do as much as you can.
But there's something called shine theory, which I really believe in, which is if you sort of like hang out with lots of shiny people, it rubs off on you. And I really believe that. It's like the more the merrier. Like, let's make the crew bigger and bigger and bigger and support each other so that everyone can do well.
Yeah. I mean, universe is expanding, love is expanding as well, right?
Totally. Yeah, no gatekeepers. We don't believe in gatekeeping around here.
Yeah. So what was the worst and the best advice you ever received? I'm not talking about the one that you mentioned, that you're not black enough.
Yeah.
That was
the worst advice. Oh my God. I don't know if I've ever received any really bad advice. I'm quite headstrong, so I feel like I wouldn't take it.
You're a lucky one.
Best advice is probably that life is very long, but also very short. So I think you've got to kind of prepare as much as you can for the future, set yourself up, but also take risks, because you don't know what's around the corner and tomorrow isn't promised. And I really try to live my life like that. And I'm such a yes person. I just try and say yes to everything and think about it later.
Mm-hmm. What about no's? As an actor, as a freelancer, basically, you need to learn to say no. How do you select your no's? Like, no, this is something not for me.
I need to get better at that. It's hard.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, I'm a work in progress.
And do you still take acting classes even now after 16 years?
I do. I'm such a big believer that you have to be match fit, and you have to be ready for anything that someone might throw at you, figuratively and literally. And so I do take classes. I haven't done them for a while. I've been bad. I've been doing a bit of traveling, so I need to get back to my classes. But I do them every Wednesday, and it's also so nice to have that as a routine in my week when I'm not working. Kind of keeps things ticking over.
So being like a top professional means you have to continue on practicing.
Absolutely.
All the time.
Practice makes perfect. And I just think I only want to keep improving. I hope my best performance is still yet to come. I hope I just keep getting better and better. I think you should be able to look back on past things and be like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed, because you just want to keep getting better.
But it's usual with your work. I look back at my articles like 15 years ago, and I'm like, oh Jesus, yeah, I feel so ashamed. But it's part of the progress, right, in the process. Yeah, we have a question, but just, don't forget the disclaimer, right? Be friendly. No questions about current, past, or future projects. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I think I have a question about past projects.
Oh.
Sorry. But if I had courage to come here to ask the question, I'll just ask it.
Ask it. I'll do my best.
So I'm a huge fan of The Witcher, and my family is definitely in the film number one is Harry Potter, and they have to watch it at least twice a month, and it's sometimes getting ridiculous. So my question is, does your previous roles and acting influence sometimes your future roles in some kind?
I think I can. Yeah. I think. Well, I clearly keep getting typecast as a kind of witchy, sorcery lady. So I think it must be slightly influencing my future roles for sure. I think that's actually something that has just happened, and it's not something that I've actively sought out. But I think the fantasy world is one that I'm really comfortable in, and I feel so happy to be part of that family, and kind of getting to come to Comic-Cons and to see the joy in this room, in all the rooms here at the Comic-Con. It's so special that I like being able to stay in this realm as much as possible. Did that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do like this man, if you have a question, come up to the microphone anytime. We'll notice this. Have you always been fascinated by fantasy, or is it, something that started with your acting career?
I think, well, I was so young, and I think I can say this, and I'm not going to get in trouble. When I got the part in Harry Potter, the books were still being written, and I was 15, so I was reading the books and being in the film. I'll stop talking about it now in case I get in trouble. But
the coolest match, right?
I think I've always been immersed in the world of fantasy, and then getting to. I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, just don't mention it. Let's not get in trouble, right? Okay. Not today.
I know.
Maybe tomorrow, but
I'm such a goody two-shoes as well.
Yeah. So my next question. You acted in movies, in TV series, and in theater as well. So how is acting in movies or TV series different from theater?
Oh my God. Well, so I did a play this summer for 2-3 months, I think it was, and it kicked my ass. Like,
why?
It's so hard. It's so exhausting. Doing this show, it was 90 minutes straight through, no interval. Doing 90 minutes a day was way harder than any 16-hour filming day I've ever done. Like, your body, your everything, you're putting everything into this performance for 90 minutes. It was an energetic play, and I was doing a different accent, and I had to sing, and there was a bit of, I don't know if you could call it dancing because I have 2 left feet, but there was a bit of movement. And I was exhausted. I got COVID, had a tooth infection. Like, my body was just going, you are not ready to do this. And that thing that I mentioned earlier about being match fit, I realized I wasn't match fit. So it's something that I realized, like, it's such a full body experience being in a theatre show. And I loved it, but you can only do that for a concentrated amount of time because your body will give out, like, majorly. But I love each medium. I think getting to do all 3 is the sweet spot, and so as long as I can kind of dip in and dip out between the 3, then I'm in heaven.
Is acting in theater, well, can it be more difficult because you're acting in front of the audience all the time and they see every tiny detail? Like, now we're sitting here and people watching at us in the spotlight. This is so uncomfortable.
This is way more terrifying than having a camera in your face.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if it's because I'm used to it and because I've been doing it for so long, but this is like shaky territory, whereas like if there was a camera here, I'd be like, oh, great, fantastic.
Yeah.
It's just funny how those things work. I was saying before I came on, I think something like this is really terrifying because I didn't learn the script. It's just me. I'm saying my own words rather than someone else's. So this feels really scary. But
you're doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
Is she?
Thank you. You're all way too kind. Thank you.
We have a question from the audience. Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Just to make sure, would you agree that women and female actors are judged more by the society or by the directors, etc., than male actors? And if yes, then what would be the solutions, the suggestions, how to solve this problem, besides empowering and encouraging women to participate in all the cinema industry? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I do definitely agree, but I think it's such a huge societal issue that's not just in the industry. It's the way that we view women aging. It's the way we see the way beauty standards are in the Western world. There's so much that contributes to women in film being judged more than their male counterparts that to unpack it now is like, we'll be here all day. Or week, or year.
Maybe it's a good idea.
Maybe it's a good, maybe it starts with I think it does start with these kinds of conversations, and I think that the more stories we can make that change that, the better. And as I said before, annoyingly, it does have to come from the top. And also, I think that's the thing, it's like, why are we the ones asking these questions when we're the ones directly affected by it? It's like, we shouldn't have to do the work. That should be the guy's job.
Yeah.
You know?
They did enough. Yeah. Another question. Thank you for the amazing question, by the way.
Yeah. I was just curious about your experiences directly with like female standards and stuff in like the fantasy genre versus other genres, and if it's like kind of the same everywhere, or if it's like what kind of experiences that you've specifically fantasy, because it's like I feel like it's a lot of I mean, I know that there's so many like badass women and like these great characters, but I think there's also a lot of the consumers are a little bit more masculine leaning. So I was just curious about your experiences with that.
I think I've definitely experienced some parts of like toxic fandom that I found quite difficult. I'm sure I don't have to, you know, I'm sure you can guess in regards to which character that might be about. And it's something that I have learned to accept, because I think it comes from, even though it can feel like it comes from a place of hate, I think it comes from a place of love, from loving these characters so much. And that's something that I totally understand. And in many ways, shows, books, games, whatever, they belong to the fans ultimately. And I think you have to be really careful and really respectful of that when you step into a character, and know that that might come with the territory. And so, sure, it's not nice to get trolled on Instagram or Twitter or whatever. I'm not on Twitter anymore for that very reason. But there are things that you can do to protect yourself like that, and which means that it's fine. And people are very happy to say things behind the comfort of a keyboard, but actually when you meet people face to face and in these kinds of environments, people are only lovely and have only nice things to say. So I feel very privileged to get to have that experience, and the other stuff that comes with it, I just take it on the chin. But I do think that it is exacerbated in the fantasy world, but I do understand why that is, and I don't berate it necessarily. I understand it. I think it could be delivered in a nicer way, but hey, that's just me.
I would agree with that. I think that's
Thank
fair.
you.
It's
It's an amazing question. Anna, please stop me if I get too personal, but you mentioned that you're not on Twitter for reasons of being trolled. So as I understood, you had negative experiences on social media. How did you deal with those experiences?
Well, I think at the time it was obviously horrible. I mean, maybe I'm ready to come back to Twitter. It's been a while. Or I don't X, whatever it's bloody called now.
It's gotten worse.
Yeah, I think maybe it's the time to stay away. I don't know, but I think with Instagram, I was like, hang on a second, I was here first. Like, I literally had Instagram when it was like 2009, and I was taking pictures of my roast dinner and like hashtagging roast dinner. So I was like, no, you go away, actually. I was here first, and if you don't like it, you can get off my page. And I've sort of had to adopt that attitude to it. But yeah, it's not nice, and it's meant that it's changed the way that I interact online. And I used to, want to post pictures of my family and my friends, and I don't really do that anymore because I don't want them to be subjected to that kind of stuff. And it doesn't happen as much anymore, or maybe I'm just over it, so I don't notice it as much. But I think it is something that you have to accept comes with the job, I guess, occupational hazard, as they say.
And maybe humans are becoming better.
Wow.
We have to believe in that. Well, we have to believe in something,
we
right?
Have to believe in something.
In those times.
Okay, let's go with that. Humans are getting better.
Fingers crossed. We have questions from the audience, please.
Hello, very
Hi.
lovely to have you here. Welcome. I wanted to ask a question about the criticism. We know about what we're talking about. So basically, I wanted to ask if you, on the continuous projects, when you get criticism from the fans, for example, like here, for not staying true to the material, source material, right? Can you do anything about it? What do you do with that criticism? Can you, as an actor, actually put your own input to make it better in the other continuation and so forth? And also another question, do you watch the films, the movies, or the series that you star in?
So I'll start with that question. I wish I could say I don't care and I just let it be what it is, but of course I watch everything I'm in with a critical eye, like this. I can't bear it, but I do. Sadly, it takes away from your enjoyment slightly because you're watching for your own performance rather than watching what other people are doing. But it's great in this show that I think you're alluding to, that there's so many different threads of storylines that you get to enjoy other people's performances, and especially because you don't always see those people on set. You're like, oh my God, that's what you were up to this whole time. Great. So I do really enjoy that aspect of it. And then in regards to taking on the criticism, I think it's a really tough one because ultimately I'm just an actor. I'm not a writer, I'm not a director, I'm just an actor, and I turn up and I do my research and I develop my character and I do all of that stuff. But there's a limit to what I can do, and I think what's really interesting about criticism is that I think you can use it to be constructive, but also you have to have enough trust in what you're doing and believe that what you're doing is good, or you wouldn't be doing it. So I think you can kind of take things on board, but sort of just let it wash over you lightly, and then I think it can inform you, but it shouldn't control you, if that makes sense. But it's something that you have to learn, and I think it's, as I said before, these things belong to the fans, but also you have to, as fans, give trust in us as well. So it's a kind of two-way street, really, if that makes sense. I don't know if I've answered that very well.
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Before we come to the next question, just one more question from me. How humbling is to be an actor? Because I imagine it is difficult not to overstep into someone else's territory, because you said, I'm just an actor, I'm not a writer, I'm not a director, not a producer. So how humbling it can get.
Yeah, totally. I always say there should be some kind of work experience when you first get into acting where you have to do a day where you do everybody else's job so that you understand that you're just a tiny cog in this big machine. And, you know, I think everyone would get on set way better if they all understood each other a little bit more. But it's very humbling, but it's great. Obviously, I say just an actor, but within that, there's so much scope to create and be expressive and develop and your character and be super nuanced with it. But you are also contained. But I find that quite... I like rules, and I like being contained in something so that I understand the parameters and then can do whatever I want within those, if that makes sense. So for me, it's great, but maybe it's not for everyone.
Yeah, that's why not everyone becomes an actor.
Yeah.
Next question, please.
Hello. You said that fantasy genre is very close to you, right? What kind of maybe different genre would you like to try that you haven't, or try more of, and why?
I would so love to do like a period drama. I'm obsessed with costumes. I just think as an actor, they're the best tool when you get into your costume and you're like, okay, yes, I know who I am now. And so anything where I can wear an amazing costume really, really appeals to me. And I'd love to do a period drama. I love doing accents as well, so I'd just love to do a period drama with a silly accent, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Amazing questions. Keep them coming. I saw one girl left before she asked a question.
Oh.
Wow, what a coincidence. Are you friends? Wow. We spoke about your teachers.
Yes.
Do you have any teaching experience yourself?
So there was this weird period in my life where I was teaching ballet to like little children, even though, as I mentioned before, I cannot dance. I have no ballet experience. I don't really know what was going on there. It was the Performing Arts Centre that I mentioned before that I went to. They were like, do you want to work here after school? I think I got paid £2 an hour. Yeah, I mean, ballet in loose terms. I just remember that we had this, we played this game where you would put things in the cauldron like that, with ballet hands like that. So I think I just did that for half an hour after school and got paid £2.
Wow.
Not bad.
I want to be in this lesson, you know, just for the sake of laughs, you know.
But yeah, that's my only teaching experience.
Yeah,
probably for the best.
Yeah. What are your personal and career aspirations right now?
Big question.
I know.
Gosh, as I said before, I really just want to continue making things that I'm proud of, proud to be in, want to watch myself, want to rush home and watch. That's the kind of work that I want to be making. I want to be happy, doesn't everyone? That's the biggest one.
And don't worry, be happy, right?
And you know, I really, when I was 15, I did not think that this would be my profession, that I live off being an actor. Like, what the hell? And so the fact that I'm doing that at 31, that's my biggest ambition, is to be having this conversation with you in 30 years' time and say that I'm still here and I'm still doing it. That to me, that's my dream, and that's my dreams coming true.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. So going back to you being 15,
yes.
Imagine, again, we come from the fantasy sci-fi world, right? Imagine you're traveling back in time and you're meeting your 15-year-old yourself, or you as a 15-year-old.
She had such thin eyebrows.
Yeah, but that's a good thing. That's a good thing. So, what would you say to her?
I'd say stop plucking your eyebrows, for starters. Oh God, I'd just say stick at it. You know, I think stick at it. It's. My dad has this saying, like, everything comes out in the wash. It's like, don't sweat it. You know, everything will be fine in the end. Nothing is as awful as you think it is, and just try to be proud of yourself. Be nice to people. That's it.
I mean, but if you meet yourself from 15 years in the future, and that person would say maybe the same thing to you, because this is like the best advice. Be nice to people. Yeah. Don't worry that much.
Be kind. I really be kind and be curious. I really think. To me, it's like be curious about the world. Just learn more. Learn as much as you can. Be as kind as you can, and it all comes back around.
And my last question is, if you still have yours, just come to the microphone. But how do you usually unplug yourself from work?
Well, I really like wine. Really like wine, and I really like martinis. I have a martini tattoo on my arm, and I had a delicious martini last night in the old town. So that's the dream. If there's a martini waiting for me after a long day of work, doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, we have one more question from the audience.
How do you prepare for the role? Do you have any methods for getting into a character you're playing?
I do. So actually, my main thing that really helps me get into character that I learned from Sean Dooley, he played King Foltest in season 1 of The Witcher. I think I can say that because he did.
Look at your agent.
Yeah, he's fine. He did, that's a fact. You can't take that away from him. He has this amazing technique where every character, he buys a perfume or a cologne, and he has that for his character. And I was like, oh my God, that's such a good idea. So I always have a perfume now for every character. And it can change as the character changes, if it's a character that I'm playing for a long time. But for that concentrated time that I'm playing them, I have the perfume. So that really, really helps me. Try to do a playlist as well. Just try to kind of create an interior world that gets you into things, especially if you're filming out of sequence or, you've got the call last minute that so-and-so's called in sick and you're going to have to do this scene that you thought you were doing 3 months later, tomorrow. Things like that really, really get me in, and I do lots of reading. But ultimately, I try and prep as much as I can beforehand. But then once you're in it, you kind of just have to hope that it's somehow got into your body through osmosis and that you are that person. But those are my two, the playlist and the perfume are my two go-tos.
Thank you.
Thank you. And my last question, again, a philosophical one. Imagine a world in 100 years.
Oh God, are we still going to be here? I don't know.
How do you hope the world would be in 100 years? In a positive scenario.
Okay.
Just ignore, the climate crisis. Let's imagine we sort it out somehow.
Yes. Well, hopefully not as many robots as they're trying to... less AI, the good bits of AI, yes, medicine AI, saving lives AI, not taking my job AI. I think, we've got more women in film, more martinis, everyone's really kind to each other. We're probably all still in this room because I've been speaking so long. It's taken about 100 years. More Comic-Cons, more of everything. I love that phrase, more life. More of it all. More joy, more life. More, please.
On that positive note, Anna Shaffer.
Thank you so much. Atreus, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna.
You're all so kind. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'll introduce you, yeah? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Djuricko, creator of Coolman Coffeedan.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Hello, thank you.
There we go, all right.
Yeah.
So welcome, everybody. How's everybody doing today?
Nice. Nice.
All right, good. So this is just gonna be between me and him, right? You guys are...
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So let's talk. What is Coolman Coffeedan?
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, my real name is Djuricko, and my alias is Coolman Coffeedan, and I just make these weird blobby animations that tell you it's all gonna be okay, and that you're special, you're loved, you're not nearly as ugly as you may think you are when you look in the mirror. You know, all those things that buzz around in our head, these little characters that I made act as that reminder, and I've done it for the past few years, you know. So I started in 2017 with my first animation that for no reason just blew up, just went totally viral, and I never really animated before. And I just kept animating after that, and it kept growing, and it kept getting bigger and bigger, and just kind of turned into this thing, you know, this movement. And now I'm here in Lithuania talking to you. So 6 years of Coolman, and I don't plan on stopping anytime soon.
So what do you think I mean, we live in a hard world.
Sure.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening, right? Especially here in Lithuania, we're very close to wars and stuff. Do you think that there's something about the world as it is, excuse me, the world that it is reactionary, and that's why your positive message resonates so much?
I think it's definitely reactionary to how we find out about this news, which is oftentimes through social media, which can be a really good thing in a lot of cases and a really bad thing. And as it so happens, my first animation that blew up was a animation about you know, not using the internet for negativity and using it for positivity, because I truly believe that the internet is an amazing tool that can be used for amazing things. But we as humans choose to use it for bad and spreading negativity because it gets clicks, right? You know, spreading bad news, like spreading drama, you know, and we just intake so much. Oh my God, look who she's hanging out with. You know, my friend didn't invite me to this thing, you know, whatever. And it's no matter what it is. Unfortunately, there's a lot of negativity that compounds on social media. That's just how it is. And I always hated that growing up. And, you know, I'm 28 now, and I was born into the internet age, and, you know, I would always see people fighting in the YouTube comments and fighting on Facebook and fighting on Instagram and TikTok, and I'm like, why is there so much negativity? Like, if aliens were to, you know, look at social media and they knew nothing about humans, they'd be like, damn, these people suck, man. But I don't think it's an accurate representation of us. I think humans are inherently beautiful and creative, and we all do truly want to get along, but the internet doesn't necessarily reflect that. And so what I realized is, how great would it be if I could be one of the positive voices that you scroll upon on your timeline? And you know, rather than just me sitting there in front of a camera and just saying like, hey, it's all gonna be okay, like who would wanna watch that? I always chose to express myself through my art and my doodles. And I would always doodle on my school notes and my homework. That's how I chose to pass the time and just, express myself. Because I was also a very self-conscious kid, always anxious. I would have like a panic attack a day before school. I just hated school so much. And these doodles were there for me. And once I was, in my early 20s, I was like, the internet's such a weird, bad place right now. Maybe these doodles could help other people, because they've helped me my whole life. And so to answer your question, I think, we're definitely reactionary. And I think it's even easier to react in a negative way. But I think I discovered a fun little thing with these characters, these blobby little weird things that tell you positive things, and that makes you reactionary in a positive way. It makes you laugh, makes you feel that warm little glowy feeling in your chest, makes you want to share it with someone you love, a family member, a friend, whoever. A lot of people comment on my animations saying like, oh, this is like free therapy, right? So it's like, if it could be that, that's awesome, and I hope people can have more positive reactions to more things, in the world.
Sure. Now, does this come, again, that reactionary thing, does it come from your background where you, without, not necessarily, you don't have to answer, but, in your personal life, were you loved and encouraged and, and that, or were you seeking that and, your little blobby creatures became a way to self-actualize, not just for everybody else, but for yourself as well?
Yeah, I think I always had a great, family. My parents always supported me, and I'm very fortunate because I, of course, recognize that so many people don't have that. But, a big reason that I hated school so much was because everyone in school was just kind of nasty. I was always an artsy, creative kid, and, growing up in a small suburban town, there was just really none of that. And this is also like before, TikTok obviously was a thing, but before, there was as many content creators as there are out there today, like all of you guys, so creative and artsy and expressing yourself. It really wasn't the case, say 10 years ago, over 10 years ago when I was in high school. And they didn't know what the hell I was doing with my YouTube videos. I would always rush home after school to film my comedy skits in front of a camera and edit them and upload them, and people would find them and be like, that's Danny, the kid with dark circles under his eyes, walking around the hallways all quiet, like that little weird kid, he's on camera with this whole alternate personality, this whole alter ego, just being this comedy dude and this YouTuber, and nobody really knew. And I think that's still the case with people today, right? People are always, of course, scared to share their passion, whatever they're passionate about, whether it's their TikTok channel or their drawings or their cosplay or whatever it is. That's one of the most vulnerable things you could do, especially while you're still in school, because you're feared of being judged. And I would say that's where a lot of my self-esteem issues came from growing up, was school. I mean, it's a notion as old as time itself. People dread going to school because they feel like they don't fit in, they don't belong. And I think that what I hope to do with my doodles and my animations is to ease that feeling a little bit, because here I am an adult now, and I made it out of the school system, but it was rough getting through all that, and I know that it's not an easy thing to do, even if you get into college and even the work world, you go into your first job, and people have a way of not being the kindest to each other, no matter what environment. And my sincere hope is that through my animations, I could make people a little more kind and understanding to one another, So, yeah.
That's awesome. But now, we've all heard about the idea of the anonymity of the internet, that you can hide behind, right? So, yes, you are Danny Casal. Sure. But Coolman Coffeedan is a different person, really. And do you find that frees you up, or that you know when you become Coolman, that it puts on a mask and you let it out through your drawings to kind of release that? Or how do you feel? Is it still easy to do these drawings now that you're becoming successful?
Well, no, it's a good question. I think over time it's becoming more of one thing, just because it just became more and more and more a part of my life. But in the beginning, it was definitely still like, okay, like, am I going to be able to pay my bills or my rent through this thing? And it wasn't necessarily there the first year or two. And so, yeah, I would go about my regular life, and then I would go about, my Coolman Coffeedan, like, little side hustle thing. But the Coolman Coffeedan pages just kept growing in popularity, and then it started leaking into my normal life, where, my friends started calling me Coolman, and my family members, my siblings started like saying, that new animation you posted was so funny. But I would say it really transcended when I started getting the more like big boy awards, which is hilarious. Like when I got Forbes 30 Under 30, that's when my grandpa called me and was like, oh, cool. Like it took all that to get, like my grandpa and my parents and like the older people in my life, who don't care or even understand what 1 million followers means. But they see Forbes and they're like, oh, wow, good job. And it's funny, right? Because different things mean different things to different people. And but I think today, it's kind of funny. Like I truly feel like I put out my authentic self out there on social media. I think it started as maybe two different worlds, but it converged into one. And that's one of the hardest things for any artist or creative to do, which is to feel you can do that and to feel like you can be yourself in front of a crowd. But I think I finally, got there, and especially, the past few years where I really started opening up about my personal emotions and my personal story and things that I'm going through. My fan base has always been so supportive and kind. So it feels like very safe for me to be myself, even though there's always going to be nasty haters out there, whatever. It's the internet, right? Can't be perfect. But I would say I am Danny, but I am Coolman Coffeedan as well, yes.
So is there a pressure on you to always be that kind of beacon? Or do you sometimes just wake up in the morning and go, no, fuck it, today it's not happening?
I've talked about burnout a few times because, especially after COVID, it's so easy to just be exhausted nowadays because we all went through so much the past few years, even though like everyone kind of forgot about like COVID now. Like it's like, no, we went through like some traumatizing shit the past few years, and then things keep happening. Of course, bad things in the world happen often to just keep us like in this state of like I don't know, like if I could keep going, like with whatever it is that you're doing, a project or your work or your hobby or whatever, just even your positive outlook on life. It of course can be exhausting. So of course I'd be lying if I said some days I feel like I just like want to press the snooze button 1 million times and just skip that day, but that just means you're human, right? And I try to remind myself of that. It's because I think a lot of people get freaked out. They're like, oh my God, I feel like I can't even get out of bed today. I feel like I'm just slugging it, but that just means you're human. It's okay. It's okay to go easy on yourself. I think the grind culture, the hustle culture was like really pushed on us this past decade or so. It's like pack out every day. Like if you're not like a billionaire by the time you're 20, you're a failure. It's like, what? No, it's not realistic. Like how about we focus on being happy and like having great relationships with the people we love and feeling like you can express yourself without being judged. Like those simple values in life, right? We can't ignore those. So I would say I do feel like that, and a lot of people feel like that, of course. But that only means that you're here, you're alive, we're all in this game together, and there's good days and bad days, and as long as you keep pushing through, you're doing the damn thing,
So if you're having a bad day, do you ever like grab some of your comics and go, oh yeah, That was a good day.
Yeah. More and more with every passing year, which is funny because I'll watch an animation of mine from a year ago or 5 years ago or even maybe like a month or two ago, and it'll bring me happiness and it'll bring me peace and it'll remind me of the message that the character, even though I wrote it and I made it, it'll have the effect on me that I was trying for it to have the effect on with other people, which is ironic. But what an honor for my own art to pop up in my own life as I continue to go on and be able to do that. It's a magical feeling, yeah.
That's great. So what is your artistic background? You said school wasn't your thing, and your drawings are not... Can we say refined? Would that be?
Oh, they suck sometimes. Yeah.
So how did you learn how to do what you do?
Well, yeah, I always, like I said, I always doodled, right, growing up. Even though I never went to art school or illustration school, I just would doodle on my notes and my homework, and even on like the school lunch trays and like the radiator next to me in chemistry class, and I would get yelled at sometimes. But for the most part, my teachers knew that was me and they supported it. Never would have thought that I could do it for a living. I, of course, always hoped that I could, but never thought it was possible. And so I went to college for filmmaking, which to me was the closest thing, because I also always made home movies growing up. I'm the oldest of 3 other siblings, so would always like make them be the little actors and like run around with like ketchup on their neck and have that be fake blood and be like a fake action movie or whatever. It was like, that was my childhood. And went to school for filmmaking because I said, I want to be a filmmaker. I want to be a storyteller. I want to do this for a living. And even that, man, like, went to school in New York City, got rejected from a bunch of film schools that I really wanted to go to. So I went to the one that took me and made a ton of amazing friends there. And I always say, if anybody's on the fence about going to university, give it a shot, maybe if you're on the fence, because even if you learn nothing, the people you meet there can change your life forever. Those could be lifelong connections, right? So still friends with all my guys and girls from almost 8 years ago now. So, but I wasn't learning anything. It wasn't furthering my knowledge of film. They weren't even having me make movies. I was like, what am I doing? It got to the point where I was like sneaking script writing for my own films in class. And I thought this was a waste of time. So I took a year off. I convinced my parents to let me take a year hiatus. Little did they know, I never went back. I kind of just dropped out after 2 years, but maybe I'll go back someday. But what happened during that year hiatus is I really, got to hone in on my craft and what I wanted to do. And for the first time, I remember how weird of a feeling it was to not have to worry about school. That was the first time in my life since I was a baby, from pre-K to college. That was the first year where I was able to just go all in. And I remember how I always wished I had that reality, like the ability to have all the time in the world to go all in. And I just experimented with everything. I did a lot of short films. I did a lot of music videos, went on Craigslist and just like applied to ads of people looking for whatever needed to get done with video or art or whatever. And towards the end of that year hiatus, I made my very first animation, which is an animation called Snakes Have Legs, which is that animation that I mentioned before about using the internet for good. And just a random 3 a.m. idea I had while brushing my teeth and just not thinking much about it. And I thought, I should make this animation before I fall asleep and forget about this idea in the morning. Let me just get it out there. And I spent an hour making it, posted it, went to bed, and about a week later, my life changed forever because that animation resonated with everybody. It got translated to every language around the world. It's possible some of you here in Lithuania have seen it. It just went everywhere like wildfire. And that was the first time where something that I created did that. And I said, wow, that works. Like I was, I recognized that was my window of opportunity. And then I just kept animating after that. So I think, and then of course the pages just kept growing and growing and growing and growing. And I pivoted from storytelling through film into storytelling in my art. And that would not have happened if I didn't go to college to realize that traditional film wasn't for me. That was a big discovery. And I was able, again, very fortunate that my parents allowed me to take that year off. Very fortunate that I was able to experiment and float a little bit. But that was when everything changed for me. And that was because I realized that I still hated school.
Well, sometimes you can learn, what doesn't work, and that's just as important. I mean, I know in most creative things, it's like, what don't you like? Why doesn't it work for you? And then you can adjust and adapt to that. But so how does it feel? You wake up one morning and realize that, but has anybody here seen snakes with legs? Why don't
snakes have legs? Yes. Oh, wow, look at that. I mean, that's cool. That's cool. That's going to be a core memory right there.
There you go. There you go. But how does it feel to wake up one morning and realize that, holy crap, people are looking at my stuff and are getting what I'm putting out?
It was a really surreal feeling because, this is 2017 when this happened, so TikTok didn't exist yet. And nowadays on TikTok, you could post a video of your dog doing a weird thing and you could have 0 followers. And that video can get 1 million views easy. And I think maybe a few of you might have experienced that. You posted a video on TikTok and it got a bunch of views, right? And it's like, oh, this is an awesome feeling. You get that dopamine hit and it's like, wow, and you want to do the next one. But in 2017, there was really no platform where that was possible. If you had 0 followers, nobody was gonna, it was very, 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 very hard to get new people to see your stuff. If you had 0 followers, it unfortunately probably meant you get 0 views. And that's why TikTok became so popular, because it broke, their algorithm broke out of that, which is great. But yeah, when I first started animating and experimenting and doodling and putting that out on social media, I would have my grandma comment and like it on Facebook, and I'd be like, oh, I'm glad she likes it, but dang, it's hard to get in front of new people. And eyeballs are always the toughest thing to get on your stuff, right? But it's not necessarily the case anymore, and tools like TikTok make it significantly easier. But in the beginning, when that first video hit, the feeling of having, hundreds of millions of people see this thing that I created, and then to see meme pages rip it and re-upload it, and then see translations of it and derivatives of it, and just all these things come out of this thing that I made. That was such a weird feeling. And the only way I could describe it is let's say you took a photo, right, on your iPhone, and you shared it with your friend, and it just, then it just kept getting shared, that photo, and then it just kept getting, and then all of a sudden it was everyone's iPhone wallpaper, and people started printing that photo out and framing it in their bedroom wall, and they started putting it on their t-shirt and stuff, and you're like, that's mine. None of that would exist if I didn't take that photo. And that feeling, it was kind of stressful in a way, but that feeling is what made me realize that I don't have to be a Renaissance artist. I don't have to be a professional anything. I don't even have to have a plan. I could just keep creating in this style, and as long as it makes people think, or as long as it makes people laugh, or as long as it's an enjoyable 60 seconds to watch, it'll work. It'll get out there. And I hope no matter what craft that you guys have or whatever interests you have, you just take that and use it to give whatever you're working on a shot, and just put it on social media, because you truly never know who's going to see it, what's going to happen with it. It could change your life, as crazy as that sounds. So.
Cool. So, all right, I've got 2 different questions here, and I'm not quite sure which way to go with it. The first is, we mentioned earlier this idea of that grind, right? If you're not a billionaire by the time you're 20, all right, what do you do if you wake up and you say, hey, that's my picture, and you're wearing it on a shirt, and you've put it on this, and you're selling it on your thing? At what point do you say, yeah, altruism is great, and I'm glad that my message is out there, but you want to pay me? Or do you just kind of go, the message is the more important thing, and if people are resonating, then that's okay.
I think it's a little bit of both, right? Because it's a double-edged sword. For one, imagine if you said like, "Oh, I don't want this to go viral unless like everyone paid me $1," right? It's like that's not going to happen, right? So you don't want to get in your own way. To an extent, you want your stuff to just get out there, and you want people. I'm always giving out free stickers. If you see me out there, I got stickers on me, and say what's up, and I'll give you one. Like, there's that value of just, giving. On the flip side, you have to value yourself as an artist. And, I spend time doing this, and I bend over backwards for my craft, and I've dedicated years and years and years of my life to building this thing, and then to kind of stand there and have someone who says, "Oh, hey, I'm this big company, I'm this brand, I want to work with you," and you want to be like on your hands and knees and be like, "Yes, this would be incredible, please, this would bring me to a whole new level," but you can't do that. You gotta take a step back and reserve yourself and be like, "Oh yeah, you have to pay me money." Right. And then they're gonna be like, "How much money?" And you'd be like, and then you gotta tell them a number that is high because you're valuable, and that feels so weird and uncomfortable. Artists never want to do that. They never feel comfortable doing that, nor should they. It's not your role, and eventually you get a team that does it for you. But in the beginning, you have to do it for yourself. But I think it's a little bit of both, right? Because in order for it to get to that point where people are paying you and brands want to pay you and whatever, you're coming to Comic-Con on the other side of the world, like. You have to get to that point. You have to just give that free value, and that free value may be in the form of a viral Instagram video, or a bunch of them, or free stickers, or just whatever. Getting your name out there, getting your art out there. That's the hardest part, and I think if you do that for free because you love it, out of the love for it, while keeping your bills paid and being able to live comfortably and all of that, but if you're able to do that, then I think then the money comes, right? But you have to chill for a little bit in the beginning, unfortunately. Sorry.
I have a writer friend who says if you can feed your dog using nothing but the power of your imagination, then you're doing okay. And I think
I like that. Yeah,
I think it's a great quote. But now, okay, so then the other side of this is you mentioned that when you started 6 years ago, there weren't the outlets, but now you can film your dog on TikTok, have no followers, but your dog is doing something ridiculous. You get the 1 million views. So what causes that longevity to get to the point where everything is getting that 1 million views? Or by the same token, is there now this democratization?
It sounds good to me. Yeah.
Of content where the barrier to entry has become so low that in order to stand out, it's almost impossible.
I think it's a new game now. Yes, the barrier to entry is lower. I mean, you have to think about it, right? When I was in high school making my YouTube videos, you needed a camcorder, you needed a computer with editing software on it, you needed to know how to edit, you needed to know how to export and upload it to YouTube, you had to know how to make a YouTube channel, all these things, right? And now all you need is your phone, right? You make a TikTok account, you don't need to know how to edit anything. You film, it's done. You put it out there, you have 1 million views. Easy. But that also means that everyone else can do it too. And so I think it does a few things. I think for one, there's officially no excuses. You have everything you need, right? If you have a phone, you could do whatever you want to do. You can make your wildest dreams come true. But that also means, your neighbor, who's a 70-year-old woman with an iPhone is doing the same thing, and maybe she's like filming her cats and getting more views than you, and you're like, dang, what the hell? So there's a lot more competition out there. And for the cream to rise to the top, I think you do have to stay consistent. You have to continue putting yourself out there. Even if you have a hit, even if that weird dog video that you filmed, got 1 million views, you're going to get hooked on that feeling. You're going to make the next video and it's going to get 300 views and you're going to be like, oh, I'm going to throw in the towel. This isn't for me. It's like, no, keep going. Find out what your voice is. Start putting yourself out there. Start learning. I'm a big fan of learning by doing it, right? So even with my pages that I have now, right, and millions of followers across my pages, it's not, the graph isn't like this. It's, month to month, it's a roller coaster. And it only gets harder with these algorithms now that more and more people are content creators. It's like the algorithm is always changing, always, always, always changing. And you as a creative can't let that affect you and your self-esteem and your creativity. So, I think even though the barrier to entry is lower than ever and anybody can and you have a lot of people uploading shitty content that get a lot of views and it could make you mad. It could be like, my content's amazing. I spent, 20 hours drawing this photorealistic piece and it got, a fraction of that cringy meme that someone posted. It got 1 million, whatever. But that's just the game, right? And it has nothing to do with your creativity or the value you put on your work. It has nothing to do with that. I truly believe, I was talking to my other animator buddy who's here, Catnips, just last night. We were talking about, you win nowadays in social media by just not giving up. As cringy and cliche as that sounds, if you just keep going, I have it tattooed on my arm. Keep going. And it's easier said than done, right? Because keep going means you just keep going. What does that mean for 6 months, a year, 5 years, 10 years? Keep going. Just keep going. Just keep figuring it out. Even if you're getting 5 likes a photo, if you're still posting, that means you're continuing to give it a shot, which is more than a lot of people can say. And the game will continue to change, is the other thing, right? So I tell you this today, but tomorrow could be a whole different thing, and the world is ever changing. So that's not to be ignored, of course, but I think no matter what, I like to think if you keep going, you'll be all right.
So do you pay attention to the likes, or does your team do it and they just don't tell you? You just do what you do and they're following the numbers and you just put out the things?
I used to not pay attention to the likes, but I think I pay attention to them a little bit more nowadays because it's, of course, grown into a little bit more of a business or a brand or whatever you want to call it. And I think I've learned that I have to pay attention. I'm like, oh, okay, just by maybe doing this thing a little bit differently, this post did a little bit better, right? And just fine-tuning things along the way. And that's another double-edged sword. Of course, you want to pay attention to the metrics and the analytics. And now I know that I have fans here in Lithuania. What a powerful metric that I now know. I wouldn't have learned that if I didn't explore.
We're going to see the con on, the next animation.
Exactly. There you go. But continuing to explore and poke around and paying attention to all that info is, of course, important. But you don't want to get too caught up in it, right? Because that makes the art suffer, and that kind of lowers the quality of the thing that you're doing. I hate to say all these answers are double-edged swords, but it's kind of like a little bit of both in these things. It's a balance, and that's why it's so hard to do these things. A lot of people are like, that's not for me. It sounds terribly hard, and they're right, and that's why creatives are some of the weirdest people you ever meet, because they're all over the place. They have to be their own businessman, and they have to be their own hype man, and they also have to keep themselves humble and think they're not shit. Like all these things, it's so complicated. It's crazy. But so many artists throughout history were crazy. So, now you know. Now you know why Van Gogh cut his ear off, I guess, Well,
that's what they say, right? If it was easy, everybody would do it.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So I still have plenty of questions, but do any of you have any questions? We can, open the floor. There's a microphone here in the middle if anybody has any questions. Otherwise,
don't be shy.
We can keep talking, but if anybody has any questions.
It's okay if you don't. It's okay.
Okay, what makes you happy?
Oh, wow. See what happens when you don't ask questions, No.
I blame you.
What makes me happy today is, of course, very different than what made me happy, say, 5 years ago or even 6 months ago. You know, like, I think I'm continually learning about myself in this weird world that, of course, keeps getting more complex. When I started traveling again and traveling around the world and meeting folks like yourselves, you know, once the world opened back up post-COVID, I realized what made me happy was the fact that I'm able to connect with so many people through my art. For a few years back there, that just wasn't the case. And it started to feel like they weren't humans watching my stuff. They weren't actual people with stories from around the world, with, you know, interests and dreams and personalities. They just started to feel like numbers, even though people were commenting and I read them and I read the messages and I love them. And they, you know, I think those definitely kept me going during that time. But, you know, it just, we got so glued to like the phones and the computers and the digital of it all, where these things just started feeling like numbers and pixels. And what makes me happy is truly the fact that I'm able to do this for not only for a living, but be able to connect with all of you and connect with people through this thing. And some of these people become new friends and people that inspire me, right? And I try to compare that to, you know, what my life maybe could have been if I, you know, didn't take that chance and make that one weird animation way back when. That changed everything. But this is my life today, and I'm able to truly do what I feel like I'm put on this earth to do, which is make weird art, make people feel things, and through that I'm able to, you know, go to places I never would have been to otherwise, and meet people I never would have met otherwise. And I love people, man. I think, you know, it brings me so much inspo. It gives me a lot of material. Maybe I'll turn one of you into an animation someday. You'll just see yourself pop up in my little universe. But I would say that's a long-winded answer of saying that's what makes me happy. That and coffee. Coffee makes me really happy.
There, that's what we're getting at. It's like, yeah, that stuff's all good, but the coffee.
I'm literally drinking it right now. Yeah, that's great.
That's the important thing. Well, okay, but then that brought up the second question, right? You're looking around. Do you got a sketchbook with you, and you know you see somebody that looks interesting, especially at a con, right? Oh, okay, that's interesting, right? Do you take notes? Ideas come, you jot them down?
Mainly on my phone. Yeah, mainly on my iPhone. Like I'll open up the Notes app and I'll like, you know, write down something like an idea. Because the hardest thing, right? And I was telling a very sweet young lady that visited my booth over here this, because she said she wants to be an artist for a living, and like, what's one piece of advice? And I think she was thinking I was going to tell her like, oh, like, you know, buy this specific model of drawing tablet or something, you know, specific like that. But I said, no, the most important thing that I could tell you is to really catch your ideas. Like, capturing your ideas is really hard. It's easier said than done, because you have, you know, like something like 60,000 thoughts a day, I think is the number, right? And, you know, they're always just fluttering all over the place like a bunch of butterflies, and it's your job to catch them. Or at least maybe the good ones, the ones that get you excited, the ones that interest you, because the odds are they're going to interest other people if you do catch them, you know? So, and that was how my first animation came about. I was, again, brushing my teeth, ready to go to bed. And I was about to go to bed, but I stayed up. I caught that idea, and it changed everything for me. So, yeah, my Notes app on my phone, I'm always just documenting ideas that I have throughout the day, things that I notice. Sometimes I'll draw my finger to do like a light sketch or something. That's crucial, because all my inspiration comes from real life, all of it. You know, I'm from New York City, like, you know, I'm like looking around, like, oh my God, like, there's just so much things. But even like, in your hometown or your neighborhood, like, if you really take a moment to look around, the world is a wild place. You know, you'll look at I was walking home from Old Town last night, and I saw a cat, and I'm just like, I wonder if that cat speaks Lithuanian, you know? I was like, that cat has to speak Lithuanian. And it's just like, what's that cat all about? You know, just thinking like that, you know, life is only boring if you think it's boring. I think there's so much there, even though it might just seem like regular reality, you can make it interesting and surreal. So, and just document that. You never know what that's going to inspire, you know?
And so when you look at your notes and your ideas, can you tell fairly quickly? I mean, having been doing this for 6 years, can you look and go, okay, that's funny, but it's only funny to me?
You know, kind of, but so often I was proved wrong where I'll make an animation about something that I thought would only be funny to me, and it just does so well, which just means everybody else's humor is just as weird as mine, and that's a beautiful thing, thank God. Yeah.
But you actually still do animations just for you then?
I guess so, and I think that's a good marker that it will come across as authentic, right? Because doing the ideas that genuinely interest you and that genuinely excite you and make you laugh or smile, that's typically a good indicator that it'll make others do the same, yeah.
That's very cool. All right, so again, I'm going to ask any questions.
Oh, you're going to ask about my love life next if nobody comes up on that mic. Oh, no.
We touched about that. Yeah. Let's... You guys want to know about his love life? No. Yeah.
That'd be crazy. Oh, we have one. Thank God.
Good. Thank God. Yeah.
Thank God.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
So, since this panel is about social commentary,
is it?
I want to ask. Yeah. So, what are some of the social issues that you are most upset about? That's the first question.
Yeah.
And the second question is, do you know the saying that fiction beats life? No, sorry, life beats fiction?
Life beats fiction. There's a similar saying where you couldn't write this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so ridiculous that a writer couldn't sit down and write this.
The Mark Twain quote says the difference between fiction and real life is that fiction has to make sense.
Right. Yeah.
So my question is, what is the most unbelievable thing that has happened to you recently?
Okay, two very good questions. Yeah, social issues, you know, again, like something that really has always bothered me is, I think, how kids are still treated today. I think they're just not valued in the way that I think we should value them, and it gets better. But I think even the way that kids treat each other online and on social media, it's nasty. And I've always wanted to be a huge advocate for speaking for younger folks. Specifically, believe it or not, I've been really trying to speak more to younger guys, because I think a lot of guys in the world never admit or treat their depression and anxiety. It's a little taboo, right? And even just to talk about it is crazy. And depending on where you're at in the world, sometimes people pretend it doesn't even exist. And I think although everybody has it, you know, of course, guys are told just to swallow it a little bit more. And of course, being a guy who has dealt with these things, I could only speak from experience. There's just not a lot of guys out there talking about these things online. And my hope is that over the course of my career, I could change that. And I could talk more about it so that young people and younger guys, you know, who maybe don't have that father, you know, you're a cool ass dad bringing your daughter up there on the stage before. But I think, you know, a lot of kids out there don't have maybe good parental figures in their life. And if I could help get this dialogue pushed forward a little bit, that would be a dream come true, to be honest with you. The second question was, what was the most unbelievable thing that ever happened to me? Well, I was just, again, talking about this. I only get to see my friends like catnip so often every time we're like passing through town to do these sorts of things. But we did a pop-up together, me and him, in 2019 in New York City. And just a random idea I had, I said, dude, how crazy would it be to just do a little thing here and see who comes? And so this is maybe a week. It was the weekend after Avengers Endgame happened. And the biggest movie, not in the world, but in history, broke all box office records, right? Who walks in the door to our little rinky-dink pop-up? It was the Incredible Hulk, Mark Ruffalo, with his daughter, Odette was her name. And I couldn't believe my eyes. He walks in and just with a big old Mark Ruffalo smile on his face and gives me a hug, and he's like, "This is really cool, man." He stayed for the entire event, the entire night. He hung out afterwards, and he sent me an email afterwards that I printed out and I framed it because it was so cool. So that was probably, Catnips and I were talking about this, the most unbelievable thing. I mean, the fact that even happened at all, but so quickly after the Avengers Endgame premiere, like he had a million other things he could have been doing, but he came to our little thing. That was incredible. I would say that's my answer to your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I think that's actually our time here. So once again, we thank Danny Casal. Thank you guys for coming.
Take care. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, dude.
Enjoy the next panel.
Hello everyone, Surfshark presents. We're going to be talking about the evolution of online animation challenges and milestones. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise and please welcome TomSka and Eddache. Another round of applause, come on.
Calm down. Thank you.
I know we got a lot of fans of the guys here, so here's a microphone. At any time in the discussion, please feel free, come over here and ask some questions. You are welcome to interfere. So,
sorry, can I just say, this front row is the funniest thing I've ever seen. It's like everyone is like laying in these chairs like this. Like this whole front row is just aggressively
a bit of a
chilled
VIP
out.
sector.
Lounging hard. Yeah, we got to keep the energy up or they will fall asleep.
All right, guys, did you get a chance to get familiar with Vilnius already?
I was there last year, and yes, but this year I had big plans. Yesterday was going to be all in town, and then I was ill, and I stayed in bed for 15 hours. So I hear it's lovely.
Yes, I had a little explore while he was busy being sick. I was consoling him by having a great time without him.
What were the activities?
Yeah, he walked up and down the river just to keep my morale high. That's what it was.
Like a murderer.
Oh,
you know.
I mean, no one was worried about it, and now we are. You can't go anywhere with that beard. It's a murderous beard.
It's true.
Yeah. You were like, oh, I'm scared to walk down the river in case people kill me. It's like, my guy, you're the one that kills them. It's your job.
All right, guys. So you're here because you're famous, obviously, and because of a bit of an animation. How did you get into this?
Desperate need for approval, really. For me, it was just that I was so fucking lame. I didn't have any friends, so I went into my bedroom and played with the computer until cartoons fell out. And then people liked me. That was the main. You know, if I had friends, I probably wouldn't have been doing animations and stuff. Is the short version.
Do you have any now?
I pay them to be around me. Maybe. Does that count? I don't know.
Well, if you go broke someday, you'll find out.
That's when I'll find out who the real ones were. What about you?
Oh, I mean, I've grown up with like Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, Disney, like all the major TV channels, and I was just an enormous fan. I'd watch so many cartoons, and it even got to the point where my older sister was like, aren't you a bit old for this now? And I was like, no, this is what I want to do. It's research, leave me alone.
Well, joke's on her, she still lives with her parents. What a wild burn.
All right, so how does a day look like? I mean, we see the product, but how's it born?
I'm not one for much structure, so it's pretty fluid. But if we're actually working, I mean, realistically, a day for me starts with Eddie will show up to my house. We will then sit at the dining table and not do anything until about 11 a.m. Then we'll head up to the studio.
We're talking at the time. We're not sitting there in silence.
Yeah.
Creative process.
Yeah. We sit there, talk about nothing relevant, head up to the studio at about 11, log on to Twitter, then it's lunch, and then we cram some work in at around about 3 p.m. Yeah, that's the main day. But no, I was like, what for us, work is it's so there's so many different things to do. You know, sometimes you can spend an entire day just like giving feedback. But then, and some days you're writing, some days you're
answering emails. There's like so many like.
But some days you're doing voice acting. Some days you're sketching out storyboards. So it's different every single day. But the one constant is procrastination.
It's almost like quite a fluid thing, because it's never structured. It's just, because it's also mood-based. You know, it could be we are not in the right headspace, or we haven't got the right energy to be like, let's just start creating brand new ideas. So instead we might focus on developing other stuff and that kind of thing. So it's very fluid based on where we're at the time.
Yeah.
How to keep that up? Where do you get the creative energy from? Because you've been doing this for a long, long time already.
Oh, I'm a
Just sit and wait.
There's a lot of hacks that we have to try and force creativity when we're feeling particularly dry, like random word generators, like literally just websites that will just be like, here's some nouns, but like tree, dog, wind, and it's like, fuck, what if the wind blew a dog into a tree? Is that funny? Is there anything in that?
But we're being bombarded with random elements that can just inspire thoughts that we would never naturally think of, because we're not thinking of those two elements together. That's where the word generators become useful, particularly for like Astrid movie.
Yeah, like Mind Turtle as a character exists because I went onto Twitter like 10 years ago and I went, send me words, and one person sent me the word boom and one person sent me the word like turtle, and it was like, yeah, fuck it. What if they exploded? That's funny. So, yeah. And then I just stole Elmo's voice.
And in other places, we just like, we would just watch stuff that would just kind of inspire us. You know, we watched through the entirety of I Think You Should Leave.
Yeah, I mean,
and we came away being like, that was good. I think we can do better than that.
Yeah. That was a weird one. Yeah.
We could do punchlines, for one. Yeah, we know how to end a sketch.
It's a weird show. It's a strange thing.
What's the craziest piece of content that you've created that probably people didn't even get a chance to see?
Oh God. Well, I mean, one of the craziest things we did was an advert for Surfshark, who are sponsoring this panel, I think. Yeah.
Make some noise.
They're a VPN. Use code Tom. Anyway. Yeah. So we did an advert, obviously, for them. For this video I did about Thomas the Tank Engine, and it was illegal. The whole advert it was a crime, and literally the Advertising Standards Authority in the UK were like, lol, delete this. And we had to, because we'd basically just crossed the line and just like made something that was just so too extreme to be.
Tell us more.
It's called the torture ad. Which should have been the red flag, really. Basically, I was doing a thing where I was trying to create an advert that was just so offensive that it couldn't be approved, and then they approved it, and it was like, oh no, but actually this is bad, and they were like, go on. It's like, fuck, all right. And like the ad, it's a brutal ad. Like it just, like I bought a real pair of knuckle dusters for it, which was also illegal. It was legally a paperweight, according to Etsy. And yeah, we just did this advert where I'm just like beating up a guy who's supposed to be just an average audience member until he agrees to get Surfshark, and then the joke is that I threatened to do it to all of you, and yeah, literally like.
I'm chopped up in a body bag.
Yeah, you're dead for like getting NordVPN or something in the ad. Same company. And yeah, like it was just the government were like, no, dude, you can't. This is horrible. Yeah. And we were like, I know. Yeah, and they were like, well, we're gonna have a big review about this, and I went, I'll just delete it. It's cool. I know it's bad. And they were like, we're going to go have a review. And then 3 months later, like, oh my God, delete this. And I was like, I would have deleted it 3 million views ago. What? You made me leave it up, guys.
Yeah. We got so obsessed with pushing the line pushed back.
It was a lot.
Does it push back up?
A few times. I've been in trouble with specifically the advertising laws 3 times. You kind
of invented
in
laws.
a way. I was a part of a campaign that was so disastrous that they made laws. In 2014, we did a campaign for Oreo.
Lawbreaker, lawmaker.
Big time. But Oreo were just like, yeah, don't say it's sponsored. I was like, what do you... I feel like I morally should. And they were like, just don't. So, what? So we just did an ad that was just like, yeah, we just did this for no reason. And obviously that was illegal. And they had like formally made the laws. So that's like why like YouTubers had to put like ad or spawn in the title or thumbnail of videos is because of that campaign.
And then YouTube eventually integrated, this has paid product placement and stuff into the UI. So it did create major change across the platform.
Which was good. And I fully agree with those decisions. So
yeah.
And then last year we did another advert where I smashed a glass over Eddie's head. And that also had to be deleted because I smashed a glass over Eddie's head. And even though it was not real.
It was fake glass, but
it did still lacerate your head. Yeah, it was. I hit it very hard, so it was like we get one take, so I was like, fucking. And like there's like we add CG blood on him, but it's like there's real blood in the shot.
It's like just a little cut, but like it's there.
It was funny.
Anybody got any questions? Again, I invite you to stand by the microphone if you want to ask anything.
Anyone want to do some freestyle?
Yeah, whatever.
Anyone got a type 5?
So, was that something that you were dreaming of doing as you were growing up, guys?
Breaking the law?
Yeah, specifically.
I think I'll try that again. When I was about 11 years old, I just decided I want to make things on the internet. I don't have any plan beyond that. I'm just going to make things on the internet, and that was just the journey I started on. So it really has just been the only thing I've wanted to do, and luckily there's become ways to make money while doing that, either through ad revenue on YouTube or through sponsorship. So yeah, pretty much this is just what I've wanted to do, and to be able to create ads that are fun and interesting and challenging and like people will actually watch through, because that's the challenge, make an ad that people won't just be like skip. To create something that's like fun enough that it's worth watching is a challenge. It's made making ads interesting.
It's to the point where we're making videos and people are skipping to the ad.
That's fun.
They're like, they want to get to see the ad because they want to know what we're going to do next.
I know, which is mad. We've had an entire prop alien built for an ad that we're doing, and we just shot a sketch at Surfshark, and the CEO of Surfshark was like, "Can I be in it?" And it's like, "Yeah," and he's playing an assistant, which is funny.
To an actual shark.
To an actual, yeah. It's a whole thing, and it's it's probably the tamest ad we've done as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, I still die in it, but it's like. It's tame by our standards.
Yeah, we were like, what is a brand safe way of killing you?
Yeah, drones. You know how it is. Hey,
we got a question.
I saw the latest video, and there was something about a new game, and I really wanted to know more about it. So can you tell a little bit more?
Great question.
Can we talk about it?
I have no idea. We haven't signed any
contracts
yet.
Let's go.
I mean, so basically we are working on
an interactive card game.
Is it even a card game? I don't think it's a card game.
There are cards.
It's basically it's essentially truth or dare.
Mm-hmm.
Just like a fun, I think it's a game that's going to be very good for if you're drunk, I guess, or like streaming. It's supposed to be quite like it's a game that's basically do something difficult or embarrassing or risk losing the game. God, it's so hard to explain without giving too much away.
But yeah, it's like a truth or dare card game, but it includes a famous Aston movie character
who has a button and explodes. and sounds like Elmo. You know, so yeah, it should be really fun. We're playtesting it. We had one. We did a proper playtest recently, and it's like, yeah, that was fun.
It's fun.
Really fun. But the main issue with this game is we just don't know who to target it to, because. Like there's 3 versions of the game currently. There's a version that's like suitable for 8-year-olds, there's a version suitable for 13-year-olds, and there's a version suitable for adults. And the adult one is too horny, to be honest. And the 8-year-old one is just like a bit too tame.
Because the problem is, 8-year-olds don't give a shit about truth or dare. They'll like,
just do it. Yeah.
I'll dare you to do a backflip. They're like, okay, you know.
No, now he's dead. And we don't want more lawsuits on our hand. I have no idea how many kids have ended up in the hospital from doing the flop. But it's not 0, is it?
It was just before TikTok was a thing, and thank God.
Yeah, God, if that had become a TikTok trend, holy shit. But yeah, so we're working on this game, and the current plan is that it'll be a Kickstarter thing as well. So if that happens, you'll be the first to know.
It's being broadcasted on the internet as well, so
oh shit,
got pretty public right here. All right, another question. Here we go.
Yes, thank you. I was going to ask, do you have any advice to establish an audience as an online animator in this day and age when, well, yeah, that's basically it.
TikTok, genuinely, is the advice at this point.
Best solution.
Yeah, because, yeah, it's like, animation is it's a brutal landscape, I think, for animation, and that, you know, what works for animation on YouTube has shifted over the years. Like, obviously 10, 15 years ago, it was like great to do little animated sketches, you know, so you could spend a few months making something like of a high quality that's a few minutes long, and then that would be well received. And then YouTube started to shift towards, you know, more consistent uploads and longer videos, and that's why animated story times became such a big thing. But now, with the rise of TikTok, you're seeing
the return of the short form.
Yeah, but the return of really quick fire, like things, you know, ice cream sandwich and a lot. I mean, a good, like Catnips, who's here, like like people doing kind of like quick and like simple and fun animations.
Because part of the problem is trying to get it in front of people's eyes, and whilst the TikTok algorithm is so random and it's very difficult to like guarantee any success, but it is probably the best chance to just randomly appear in people's feeds, and it creates brand recognition. If you have a particular art style or a particular kind of, you know, gimmick or something you do in your work, then over time people will pick up on that, and from that you could maybe springboard into longer form or comics or something else.
Yeah, I mean, because the whole concept of a brand is both gross and depressing, but also just a reality for making stuff online, especially now. And yeah, like TikTok is a great way at launching your brand and getting brand recognition. I fucking hate. I hate it. Don't get me wrong, but it is kind of the reality.
There's a degree of playing the game a little bit, which sucks because you just want to make cool stuff. You just want to make the art.
But you can, and the thing is, you can still do that. So, and that's the important thing to note, is that you can still make cool stuff, and that can still be acknowledged and rewarded. It's just about putting it in the right place to find an audience.
It's the line of being like playing ball, but playing it your way. You know.
Yeah, because like no, that's gone.
Oh.
Just full reboot. Shut down. No.
Thank you.
Yep.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the question.
Dude, the end of my point was so good as well.
Up?
Damn it.
No? All right.
Oh, hold on.
Here we go.
It's time.
Hello there. Could you please give some backstory about the how I Like Trains appears?
Sure.
And on the topic, actually, I'm interested how technically things changed since then. You know, how did you've been drawing stuff back in those days, like maybe Flash or anything? How is it better to do now because things changing? I can't get up with everything, you know. Yeah. But I'm actually really interested to hear how that Djuricko appears.
I feel like there are a few questions in there. But how did I Like Trains happen as a joke? I just thought it'd be really funny that a kid says something and then something really terrible happens. The original version of the sketch was I like dinosaurs, and then a T-Rex ate some children. And then I was at a train station, and there was a really fast train, and I was like, it would be funny if I was hit by that. And it would be. Like, there's something... Death is funny when it's really quick. I think, you know, that's why like the Family Guy fall is funny. Like the abrupt and just suddenness of it.
Yeah, there's almost like no in-betweens. It's just up.
Yeah, the faster someone dies, the funnier it is, strictly in a comedic sense. You know, cancer, slow, not funny. If a tree falls on you, that's funny. You know, it's like, oh no, there was a father of three. What is that? But it was kind of funny. You know, so yeah, just immediate death is funny, comedically speaking.
Especially with that sort of movie, it's about the minimal amount of information to get the punchiest result, and so that kind of instantaneous gun, explosion, train.
Yeah, and ideally delivering a punchline before the audience can figure out what might happen as well is the thing. In terms of how things, I mean, how did it also start? I mean, with Asta's movie, it started as a comic that I was drawing to the best of my very limited artistic ability, and then like in 2008, a 13-year-old kid messaged me and was like, I like your comics. If you voice some stuff for me, I'll animate some of your comics. And that's how the whole series started, was like, I did some free voice acting for this kid, and then he for free animated the first Asta movie. I didn't know it would make me money at the time, all right? Like the first paycheck I ever got from YouTube, like 6 months later, I like went to the cash machine and like got out like a third of that paycheck, and I was like, here you go, buddy, £20. And then like years later, I was like, okay, here's $1,000 at least. Sorry, that was fucked. But I was like 18, I didn't know. So yeah.
There's been a bit of a learning curve in terms of like working with online animators and what is fair rate and stuff like that, because everyone's been figuring out at the same time. You know.
It's all just fully made up. Like, how much is an hour of your life worth?
Yeah, because obviously it's different to traditional media, which is like way more expensive, but obviously gets broadcast way further. So we've all been sort of learning together what an industry standard is for online animation. So it's just been,
it's weird.
A learning curve.
How did it change technically?
Technically, not much, really. Like, the process of creating something is still the same, I think, today as it was 15 years ago for me. Like, well, record a bit of dialogue into the same audio program as I did before, edit it the same way, and then like it's just instead of Macromedia Flash now, it's called Adobe Animate. So technically it's all pretty much the same. Now we have Discord instead of MSN. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's all.
Yeah, I mean, we work with other animators to sort of put it together for us, and so each one of them, whilst there is a general uniform style to the Asta movie characters, they still bring their own little takes to it. You know, one animator may do a full animation differently to another, and I think those like little personality quirks at least allow them to add a little voice to the complete piece. But technically, I mean, beyond beginning days, you would work entirely solo. Yeah. And now I'm part of the brainstorming process for this, and it's quite grueling. It's quite a nightmare.
Very demoralizing.
It is a nightmare process, because we like, for every Asta movie, there's maybe about 20 jokes on average.
Yeah.
Maybe for
that go in,
for the final minute and a half to 2 minutes, it's maybe about 20 jokes, but we will come up with 100 of them. Like, we will just go back and forth.
We'll come up with like 100 per joke that goes in. Like, it is. There is a lot that doesn't go in.
And it's because there's obviously it's a demanding, like, we want to maintain the highest possible quality, but it's just exhausted to keep coming up with more and more and more ideas. But, you know, if we want it to be good, we've got to, like, not let our ego into the picture and just allow for a joke that we might have entire full confidence being funny. Let it go. Yeah. You know, it's for the betterment of the complete piece. So,
and also sometimes I'm wrong, like, as well. Like, I'll be like, this joke is really good and it's not, or this joke sucks and it's a banger.
We would never expect that. There's my boy. Oh no, my boy would become a TikTok viral meme or anything like that. Yeah, that's not. We didn't plan it to be. That was almost, I think, one of the filler jokes we had, because we were like short on a couple of ideas, but it resonates with people, and you can't predict that. So as much as we can be as perfectionist as possible, we still don't know.
Yeah, it's so unpredictable.
How to avoid letting your ego take control, the thing that you've mentioned, because a lot of people are doing public things because of their ego? How do you keep it in a safe zone?
I think the biggest mistake I made creatively was disassembling my ego, is the truth. Like, I used to be, creatively speaking, very sure of myself, very confident, and because of just life, I got progressively more humbled, but that humility led to chronic self-doubt, basically. And so I'd suddenly be like, oh, this isn't going to work, and I just could only see the negative and could only see critically. I couldn't even edit my own comedy sketches anymore because it'd be like, this isn't funny. So in certain ways, it's good to not have an ego, but I think creatively, it's good to believe in yourself and what you're doing, and that have that faith, because if you have that faith and that passion, people will pick up on that. But it's obviously it's a balancing act. But I definitely went too far the other way. I shredded too much of my ego. Like, one of the biggest mistakes of my career is Beep Beep I'm a Sheep. I was so convinced that was not going to do well that I didn't upload it. And I just told Todd, who'd made the song, I was like, you can upload it. This isn't gonna. I don't think this is gonna do well. Second most popular thing, ever. It's got tens of millions. I think it's got 100 million views or something ridiculous like that. But I was just so blinded by self-doubt that I was like, yeah, this sucks.
It's another one of those balancing acts where it's like, you got to be humble enough, or at least ways open enough to hear suggestions and ideas from other people and accept you could be wrong, but trying to maintain a creative vision. You're still aiming for something and you know what it is, and it's just trying to take everyone's ideas and suggestions and funnel it into what you want it to be. Even if people disagree, if it's what you believe in and what you want, then that's what you got to push forward for. Mm-hmm.
Working with brands, how do you find them? How do they find you? Are you working with anybody? Are you picky about that?
We just work with Surfshark, really. That's mostly it. So we have management who, their job is to basically find brand deals and then just take their cut of that money. And that's the relationship we have. That's the symbiotic relationship that we have with them. And they'll come to us and be like, yeah, this brand has this much money and they want you to do this, and it'll be kind of like a yes or no game based on whether or not we want to work with them. Sometimes it's like, no, I would never work with that brand. That's super unethical. And they'll be like, well, they're offering this much money. We'll be like, okay, we'll make it work. Certain games. The ones. We've had full-blown full-blown gambling apps though reach out to us, and well, not that they're not already gambling apps, but we've had casino apps reach out and be like, yeah, just promote this, but don't say the word gambling. It's just be use words like fun. It's no, I'll promote gambling as long as I can call it gambling. Hey, this is gambling. It's addictive. But if you want to do it, I don't know, it's your life. But then when there's don't market it as this, be deceptive. It's no,
Yeah, we try to be discreet and pick and choose who we work with, but at the same time, it's just ensuring that a brand is because it's in the brand's interest that whatever you deliver for them, it's in the same voice of your video. So if a brand wants to work with Tom's stuff, it's in their best interest and Tom's that it is also of a comedic, light-hearted, maybe or even dark comedy nature, because that the audience will go from Tom's video to the ad and enjoy that too, and then back to the video. If it's an abrupt, okay, seriously, let's do all these talking points as blandly and as without any frills on it, then people just skip it because they can.
And 90% of the brands that reach out to us just want that. They just want us to be like, wow, do you wear pants? I wear pants, and these new pants are really cool. And it's that's fucking. No one's going to give a shit. But if you let me do a sketch where it's like, Eddie, I've gone and shit myself again. What am I going to do? Well, Tom, let me have fun with it. Then people,
It'll resonate better. It's better for the brand. It's better for you. It's better for the audience. Everyone wins.
There's a reason why when I said Surfshark earlier, people cheered. Because they've let me have fun and they've let me do something that's actually enjoyable to watch.
And as a result, the audience has a great reputation with, well, Surfshark has a great reputation with the audience because they know they're in for a fun one.
Just as a brand, yeah, it's like, oh, they're a cool one, you know.
Yeah.
So when we work with brands, that's just what we say. We're just like, look, this is how we know it works for our audience. Let us do this, or we walk.
Yeah.
Like we're currently doing a video for a brand, and I've just said, like, you know, we've made the video, but I've just said, like, look, if you want me to change this, I'm just going to drop out because it's already like on like a thin edge of just like, this is already like pushing the line of like it's becoming inauthentic. And if they're like, oh, now can you remove that joke and remove that joke and actually add in more talking points, it's just like, look, this is just going to be a bad video. It's going to make you look bad. It's going to make me look bad. It's just not worth the money. Because yeah, if I lose the trust of the audience, then I need to hold on to that for two reasons, just morally and all that stuff, but also there's just more work to be made if you sit through the ads. And if I can only guarantee that is by making ads that are worth watching. I don't know. Yeah, so ads.
We got any questions, maybe?
Good questions, to be clear. If you went and sat back down, that would be really funny.
Is it going to be a good question?
I'm kidding.
Promise?
Earlier, when you were talking about the whole ego and humility and all of that, it's kind of a similar question in a way, but which is, have you ever continued to do something that you personally hated, but your audience responded really well to it? Like everyone loves a certain joke or a certain gimmick, and you think, I don't like doing this, but I'm going to do it because people love it.
A lot of people think that that's my relationship with Astif movie, but it's not. Like I've always sort of found I've always found a challenge to be had with making a new Astif movie. So I've always just been happy to make it and stuff. Like I think towards the end, like I did Astif movie 13, and I was like, cool, I've done all I want to do with that now. And then I basically just told my management, like, I'm done unless there's a brand deal that, like, you know, makes it worth doing another one, and then immediately there was. So Astif movie 14 was made, and then I sort of just said, like, okay, I'll make 15 when I now want to. I no longer feel I need to prove myself. So there hasn't been a huge rush to make one. But there now is a challenge to making an Astif movie 15, which is YouTube has just made it really hard to make them because it's like, oh, there was a violence or as reference to suicide, we're killing the video. So that's actually kind of an interesting challenge now, is for me to try and or for us to try and make a new Astif movie that doesn't rely on the jokes I'm constantly falling back on these days,
but still maintains its dark comedy, its edge. But like, can we weave through the censorship and the click for suicide helpline thing that pops up?
But to be fair, like the earlier Astif movies, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, they had very few suicide jokes in them. So it's like, it can be done. I think I got kind of lazy and reliant on this.
Well, that's the thing we're saying about that kind of instant punchline. When it's a gun and it's an explosion, then there's going to be a lot of guns and explosions. So it's just fine. Well, is there a
more creative workaround? You know, to that. Yeah, I think there's very few times I've done something I actively didn't want to do. Like one of them was a video called The Presentation Game 2. Like we did a little video called The Presentation Game, and it was really funny and everyone loved it, and people wanted the sequel so bad. But it was like, now I was too anxious to do it, but I like forced myself to do it, and I hated it.
Because it had to meet a standard.
Yeah, like I was like, now I have something to compare it to. Now it can fail. When I did it for the first time, it was like, this is just fun, but now it's like, I can do it badly. And I just, that anxiety just absolutely crushed me.
I think we've been lucky. We've not been forced to make something we really don't want to do. And I think at worst, we've like, look, fine, let's just still do it our way. Let's still find a way to make it in our voice. You know, then there's at least some redeeming element to it. It's still fun, you know, even if, you know, if we may not necessarily like the brand, or we may not necessarily like whatever it is, if we can still have fun with it, then it's still worth something.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you haven't tried yet in your career and you would like to try?
Who's clapping for meth? Yeah, meth. Woo! Lithuania, you crazy girl. Is there anything we haven't tried? I mean, like, you know,
feature length.
Yeah, like making something that's, you know, actually trying to break out of the online space and into traditional media, like, you know, making a movie or an actual animated pilot. That's like the kind of the one thing that I did always want to do, was to make an actual animated series,
or a live show,
or live action sketch show. That would be the ultimate dream for me, is just to kind of just be able to make live action sketches.
Like there's almost a formula of making comedy sketches or animated sketches work on YouTube, because we're like it's catering it to a different audience, but then live action audience, it's an entirely different environment. You know, you
can't, like TV, you mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like if we're doing something live, like on stage.
Oh, live. Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, it's a different environment to an online space. So jokes won't land as well, because you don't have you can't have
visual effects and
the
stuff.
stage abruptly ends, like a video abruptly ends. You know, like a perfectly cut scream or something. So it's a completely different medium. So it's going to be an interesting challenge to, if we were to try it out, having to translate what we do to a different kind of audience.
Yeah, so my management is very, 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 very much pushing me to do a stage show, and I'm so scared because it's genuine. It's really scary. Like it's fine being up here because there's no expectation, there's no script, there's nothing I can get wrong. I mean, if I said a slur, that would probably be bad. It's a pretty wide audience. I don't know, we get away with it. I am joking. That was a little joke. But the thing is, like, it's because it's unscripted, there's no pressure, and so we can be light and we can have fun. But if we're on stage and there is a script and a structure, I can fuck that up.
Mm.
You could fumble a joke, and now the room's quiet.
Yeah, you can't go back and redo that joke.
That's the scariest thing. That's so scary. Like,
or if a joke just fucking dies on its ass.
Yeah,
like,
it just doesn't work.
It just falls flat and no one laughs. It's like, oh God, and you pause for laughter and everything and nothing happens. You're like, oh God.
Yeah, I'm worried.
You start laughing yourself.
I'm worried. I'd be like, oh, you're not supposed to. You shouldn't acknowledge it if the crowd doesn't like a joke. But I think I would. I'd be like, I'll just go fuck myself then.
Yeah.
Like it's gonna be, oh God. So yeah, that's the most likely thing on the chopping block is to do a live thing. I'm so scared.
You're warming up now. It's gonna be okay. Any questions? Please.
Hi. So I have a question about changing content and offensive humor. I was wondering about, do you think there's a sort of, based on both creator change and platform pressure, do you think there's a sort of effect of pulling up the ladder behind you? Or do you think that, nowadays people will just still find young people will find whoever makes what they want to watch in terms of, like you mentioned suicide jokes being immediately canned or something like that. So just that sort of.
Can you word the question slightly differently? Sorry, it's all right. I got confused.
110 BPM. I'm freaking out here.
You're doing fine. Don't worry.
So, with the changing material and content, with suicide jokes being, or like violence being, both due to creators and due to platform pressure being sort of phased out, do you think there will be an effect of sort of pulling up the ladder behind you with creators that got that notoriety through, quite offensive humor? I don't want to lump you into that group necessarily. Or do you think that there will still be something, perhaps the way that TikTok has had people go around censors you with weird spellings or something like that?
Yeah. Okay, I have a lot to say about this. So it's absolutely, like there's a huge sanitization of the internet going on right now, and I fucking hate it. And it's bad. It's a really bad thing that's going on, and it isn't the result of political correctness, and it's not the result of
complaining parents.
It's exclusively because Coca-Cola wants to feel comfortable running their ads next to any video on the internet. And so what you get is, you can't say the word die, you can't say kill, you can't say cancer, you can't say prostitute, you can't say anything. You can't say Gaza. Like, you can't say anything because, that might be controversial.
No sexual education.
Yeah, no sexual education, nothing. So anything that might run the risk of being remotely controversial, it gets algorithmically suppressed, demonetized, age restricted, and it just really sucks. Like it's because it's like I'm not like, oh, I can't make suicide jokes anymore because whatever. But like to an extent, I've done a lot of stuff like working with those themes, and it's resonated with people, and it's helped them work through their own issues. Like I've been working through my issues with it, and people have watched that and they've been like, oh, okay, I'm processing emotions, yada yada. Art, basically. And now that's not even allowed, and it sucks. Because like I get what you're saying when you talk about potentially creators who got famous off of making really edgy stuff and now they're not doing edgy stuff, and how that can seem like they're pulling up the ladder behind them. To an extent, I feel like that could also be people growing, but also they are chasing that bag. Like the YouTubers now said, like, oh, if you do that shit, you're getting done. So
and even past videos have been hit. It's not like we continue to benefit from those past videos.
Yeah, there's like 4 Astor movies still have ads on them. Like it's bad.
Yeah. And this could have been your retirement. You could have one day quit YouTube and go and live a happy life and just quietly earn money from people still watching those videos. But you can't now because they've been hit by ads, blocked ads.
Yeah, and it's grim. So. But yeah, and again, if it were because like the world were getting kinder or whatever, it'd be like, okay. But it's not. It's just exclusively because the App Store doesn't want to risk there having an app that you might see a boobie on or something. It's purely to appease to corporate advertisers. So
capitalism bad?
And yeah, capitalism have big flaws, namely just in freedom of expression stuff. So yeah, big cringe. Don't love it. Don't know if there's not an answer in that. It just makes me real mad. I think you should be able to say fuck and kill and suicide and all of this stuff, because what are we doing?
I mean, in the end, if people just say unalive to trade in for saying die, then eventually what's to stop unalive becoming a banned word? It's just going to keep changing everyone's language until we're all saintly and boring.
But it's also, it's softening the language, and it means we're no longer acknowledging the reality of our reality. Because when someone dies, I think we should say that they died. Because it's bad that they died. And it's like, oh, there are loads of people getting unalived in the Middle East. It's like, no, I don't like that. Let's say die. It's bad. We should acknowledge it in whatever way we want to. Yeah. Anyway, I will go off for hours, and it's probably not the time or place. But yeah.
By changing the name of the condition, we're not going to change the condition. Probably. No, that's the conclusion.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Another question.
Hey guys.
Hi.
You said you didn't try meth, so maybe you could try my product. It's 99% pure and best in the market.
Because of the meth.
So jokes aside, did you ever worked so hard and so long, so you just suddenly understood that you were working without sleep for days and without eating? You are such into your project.
Do I look like I skip meals? I mean, so are you asking if there's been times that we've just worked for so long that we've just not eaten or slept and stuff,
kind of thing?
Or what are we asking here? I don't know why I made that so intense.
I'm just asking, were you into your thing so deep you lost the sense of time?
Right. Oh god, yeah. I mean, loads of times. Like most Astor movies have been all-nighters.
Yeah.
Like, most times we release an Astor movie for no reason. It'll just have been.
Well, there's a big reason. You're nervous. Like it's a big It's a statement, I guess, to make an Astor movie, because it's like it's such a standard to keep up with, and so you will and have multiple times obsess over it. Particularly the day of the upload, you could be up the entire night.
Which is bad, because I make bad decisions.
That joke before that joke, and then move it back again, and then go back again, and just over and over and over.
And like half of Astor movies have been finished, locked, and uploaded at about 6 a.m. when I'm deeply sleep deprived and not making good decisions. And it's like, yeah, let's release that. No, Tom, just wait, go to sleep, and then think about it. Like, yeah, like there's been times when I was like, I've deleted really good jokes and put in bad ones, and been like, okay, And then woke up like, oh fuck, what do they do? Which is also what happened last time I was in Lithuania. Drunk. But yeah, so yes, yeah, absolutely. I think
it's not a healthy thing to do.
Don't do it.
Don't do that.
But you're going to anyway, so
thank you.
It's the reality of making stuff.
Another question? Shoot.
Pew. Sorry. It's really nice to see you come back since last year, and you brought some friends. I could only imagine that it was fun last year. So since the last time you were here, the whole creative industry, I guess, was really shook by AI and like the whole like ChatGPT and the whole AI industry. Shook the whole creative things. So my question is, what's your relationship with artificial intelligence on creativity? And like, do you go against it and you're like, oh, this is bad, like we should go old school, or you take it into your creative?
Oh God! I mean, you found the other thing that I could talk about really passionately for a long time. The very short version is, I would love to be able to use AI just as a tool, but I do currently view it as a threat. Like, don't get me wrong, like there's loads of times when making a YouTube thumbnail where it would just be so much easier to just be like, yeah, it'd be funny if you just put my head on make a thumbnail of me in a suit in front of a crowd, Lightning McQueen is there, you know, boom, cool. You know, there's loads of occasions where it'd be like, that would be so much easier and really help work. You know, we use AI in everything we do all the time. You know, any time we take a photo these days, or you know, anything, like even spell check is a version of AI in a way. Like this, it's permeated into all of our lives, but all of a sudden it's now like at a stage where it could completely replace creatives in certain sectors, namely the ones that I do. I don't like that very much. So yeah, it's a thing where it's like, again, I'd love to just use it as a tool, but unfortunately I have to take something of a stance against it at the moment, until we figure that out.
Yeah. I did an experiment. So I do video essays on my channel, and I did an experiment where I used ChatGPT to like just brainstorm some ideas for me, and it did, and they weren't very good. And like, but it came a lot of generic stuff, you know, like talk about how Jumanji discusses themes, and it's like that. I mean, yeah, sure, but I don't know. There's nothing. But I think it might help with brainstorming. But then when I did a test, I'd be like, okay, write me an essay. Show me what that looks like, and it's the most generic. You know, it's like a Wikipedia article. It's like there's nothing in it beyond cold facts, which are functional. If you just want the information, great. But I think what people come to YouTube videos for is a piece of the creator themselves. I think there's a bit of your soul that has to go into your creative work, and then it becomes more of a story, of a narrative or something. You know, I've made a video essay where I talked about cartoon dads, and in doing so, I talked about my feelings as a dad. And AI wouldn't do that. AI couldn't invent being a dad and like how this personally resonates with you, what you learn from it, you know, how you wish you could do better and that kind of thing. It would never say that. So whatever AI does, it still can't fake humanity, the personal lived experiences of people. So I think, yes, it can act... It can be used as a good tool, but like, yeah, it couldn't and shouldn't replace people, because ultimately people, specifically us, but people are stories and stories are people. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. And our time for the discussion is up. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Show some love, everyone.
And thank you.